Order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Scotland, Gregor Poynton.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 1 and 10 together. I'm sure members across the House will have seen this morning's wonderful news and join me in congratulating Ferguson Marine and winning a substantial MOD shipbuilding contract through BAE Systems. It's a great news for the workforce who will play a key role in keeping our country and its people safe. Shipbuilding on the Clyde is thriving thanks to the UK Government's record investment in defence, supporting 4,000 jobs. This is a real defence dividend for Scotland. Investment the SNP seeks to block, but Mr Speaker, Labour will build. Mr Speaker, this is the last Scottish orals before summer recess, so can I just thank you, all your team and the House staff for all their work over the last year. Mr Speaker, this was a historic spending review for Scotland that ended austerity. Along with last year's budget, it delivers an extra £14 billion as a UK Labour Government dividend to Scotland. More money for our NHS, police, housing and schools. Scots will not accept continued SNP failure on Scottish public services and will be rightly asking the SNP, where has all the money gone?
Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. This UK Labour Government is delivering the largest budgetary settlement in the history of devolution, an extra £9.1 billion to invest in Scottish public services. Yet the SNP Scottish Government continue to squander opportunity after opportunity and waste the public's money. Will the Minister join me in urging the SNP Scottish Government to get a grip and invest in projects that matter to our communities, like East Calder Medical Centre, which has not materialised after SNP dither and delay?
Mr Speaker, I absolutely join my honourable friend in that call, and may I pay tribute to his tenacious campaigning to see East Calder's new medical centre delivered. I have 10,000 GP places short in my own constituency. It's something the SNP need to take on seriously. The spending review generated £5.8 billion in health-related Barnett consequentials for Scotland. The honourable member is right to stand up for his community in East Calder, and I ask the SNP, where has all the money gone?
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I previously praised in this chamber the efforts of the Fire and Rescue Service in responding to more than one major incident in Cumbernauld. Therefore, both myself and my constituents are concerned that the proposed cuts to Cumbernauld Fire Station will undermine the ability to respond to incidents and put lives at risk. Can I ask the Secretary of State to make representations to the Scottish Government to invest in fire services in one of Scotland's largest towns?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend quite rightly speaks out against the cuts to Cumbernauld Fire Station, which sadly is just one example of the SNP's dangerous mismanagement of Scotland's fire services, as I met the Fire Brigade Union in Scotland were telling me just last month. There are 9.1 billion reasons why the SNP government should be choosing to invest in local services, including in Cumbernauld, but after 18 years of failure and neglect, my honourable friend's constituents will rightly not hold out much hope. Across Scotland, we need a new direction next May with Anas Sarwar as the First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State share my view that whatever the budget that SNP Scottish Government have, they have cynically and systematically deprived funding from areas that do not support independence, leaving councils like Dumfries and Galloway and Scottish Borders and their health boards struggling to provide basic services?
Mr Speaker, I also just extend that to the right honourable gentleman to say the whole of Scotland voted against independence in 2014, and it seems to me that the SNP government strategy is to starve all of Scotland's public services the vital funding that they require.
Maria Cross.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, the spending review came off the back of last year's autumn budget, which hit businesses in my Gordon and Buchan constituency in North East Scotland very hard. Whether it was family businesses and farms, or the changes to agricultural property leave and BPR, whether it was the extension and increase to the EPL hitting our vital oil and gas sector and investment there. So what conversations is he actively having with the Treasury to ensure that North East Scotland doesn't again have to pay the price for this government's decisions next year?
Mr Speaker, I've had a minimum of 14 billion conversations with the Treasury with regards to funding in Scotland as the largest settlement ever in the Scottish Parliament's history. That's the decisions of this government in terms of the October budget, and indeed the spending review has given us the highest growth in the G7, the highest business confidence in a decade, record inward investment, 3 major trade deals, the conditions for 4 interest rate cuts, all helping businesses right across Scotland. Everything, of course, that the honourable lady and her party voted against.
The Democrat spokesperson, Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And like the Secretary of State for Scotland, I'd like to welcome the great news for Ferguson Marine this morning. Scottish Liberal Democrats, as he knows, secured funding for key projects across Scotland in last year's Scottish budget negotiations, including the Eye Pavilion in Edinburgh, which is so important for my constituents in Edinburgh West and his. And we welcome the additional funding as part of the spending review to help projects like this. But because almost 2 decades of SNP mismanagement has left our health service in dire need of investment and improvement, does the Secretary of State agree with me that the SNP should invest this wisely in GPs, dentists and care, so our constituents can see the same focus on innovation in health as was announced by the UK Government last week?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Lady does mention a good point about the Eye Pavilion in Edinburgh, which is a symptom of the whole of the strategy of the Scottish Government in terms of our NHS services. They promised a new Eye Pavilion in 07, 11, 16 and 21 in their manifestos and is yet to deliver it. I bet we see the same process and the same promises in their May manifesto next year. Mr Speaker, you'll know that the 1 in 6 Scots are stuck on a waiting list, an NHS app that is years behind other parts of the UK, and we have the worst cancer waiting times on record. The worst cancer waiting times on record. So I'm sure the Honourable Lady and millions of other Scots know that the SNP has failed their NHS, and if they had any idea how to fix it, they'd have done it by now.
Stephen Giffins.
Mr Speaker, during the spending review period, the Scottish Government will have to continue to mitigate some of the cruellest Westminster policies. Had to do that under the Tories, it continues under Labour, not least on the 2-child cap. So can the Minister tell us if there are any plans to scrap it?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman and his colleagues voted against the budget. They voted against all of the measures to raise revenue in the budget, and they voted against the actual spending of it. There's £14 billion extra going into the Scottish budget. From the second that this Labour government took power just over a year ago, there's £14 billion more. They need to be spending it well, and I'm sure the Scottish public will look very, very dimly on a Scottish government that can't spend it and improve our public services.
Speaker, I'm not sure the Secretary of State quite caught the question there. We voted against the 2-child cap. If there's cash to go round and UK departments are getting bigger spending increases in the Scottish Government, why won't he prioritise child poverty, which was described by the Child Poverty Action Group as being the far most cost-effective way to cut child poverty was to get rid of the 2-child cap, described by the Pensions Minister as being immoral. And the Cabinet Office's recent report tackling child poverty saying there's a lot we can learn from action being taken in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Will he make scrapping the 2-child poverty cap a priority, or will he insist on failed Tory policies?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman wants to keep the failed broken welfare system that the Tories put in by these votes last week. But what we've done as a government, we've had a pay rise for 200,000 Scots, day one rights for sick leave and parental leave, £150 of energy bills for over 500,000 Scottish households. We've banned exploitative zero-hours contracts, and there's 10,000 children in Scotland every single night going to bed without a home. That's a dreadful record for the Scottish Government.
Question 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, artificial intelligence will drive incredible change in our country. It will turbocharge growth and it will boost living standards. Scotland, as we know well, has been the UK's home of AI since 1963, and it will become the home of the most powerful supercomputer in the UK, with this Labour government investing £750 million in its development at Edinburgh University's Advanced Computing Facility in Midlothian. We are currently assessing applications for AI growth zones from across the UK, including several from Scotland, which is at the cutting edge of computing power globally.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answer? It is refreshing to have a UK government so committed to investing in and developing AI. In comparison to John Swinney and the Scottish Government stuck in an analogue age, unable to even provide patients and staff with a functioning NHS app. Does she agree with me that the towns of Airdrie and Shorts and indeed North Lanarkshire, a former industrial heartland, are incredibly well placed to serve as an AI growth zone and capture the clear ambition the government has?
Mr Speaker, much like my honourable friend, who is a truly passionate advocate for his community, I too am proud to represent one of Scotland's industrial heartlands. He's right to highlight the role that they can play in Scotland's AI future. And as for his comments regarding the First Minister, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, was particularly astute in his assessment. I'm afraid the First Minister is from the age of Taggart, when what's upon us is the age of Department Q.
Angus Mack.
Thank you, Chairman. The transmission line from Skye to Fort Augustus has been approved. Due to a technicality, the people along the route will be deprived of £22 million. Would the Minister take this up with Ofgem? Thank you very much.
Mr Speaker, I'm led to believe the honourable member has already picked this up with the Secretary of State and he'll be taking it forward. But yes, I'd be delighted to talk to him about that.
Talkle Cry.
Number 3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State and I are committed to supporting a flourishing broadcasting sector in Scotland and regularly meet its representatives. I know that my honourable friend for Healing and Yar was part of a recent engagement when the Scotland Office was delighted to co-host with MG Alba, at which he spoke passionately about the importance of Gaelic broadcasting, and we share his commitment to it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We Islanders have always been international ambassadors, and I'm delighted that some of the Lewis chess pieces are going to France. A little bit of Gaelic Scotland in President Macron's pocket. Gaelic broadcasting also has a global reach, 1.8 million viewers of Inyela and MG Alba's detective series. Gaelic is a big part of Brand Scotland. Now, it's a straightforward ask to ask for more money for broadcasting, but can I ask ministers to think more imaginatively about growth deals? Can we see a Scotland-wide growth deal for Gaelic, for cultural heritage like the Lewis chess pieces, for childcare, so we grow the social infrastructure of Scotland as well as its physical infrastructure?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend makes an interesting point, and he's been advancing this case, and he's right that the whole objective of the growth deals is to support people to live well in the places that they love. As he knows, the UK Government has delivered a historic spending review for Scotland, and it includes ambitious plans for local growth to be the foundation of national renewal. The Scotland Office will continue to engage with him and other members across the House and with Scottish local government to ensure that local growth investment supports the change that Labour promised and the change that our communities want to see.
Gregory.
Mr Speaker, there have been a number of co-productions between BBC NI and BBC Scotland. Would the Minister agree with me that we should develop and promote co-productions across the nations and the regions of the United Kingdom so that we can get excellence and best practice wherever it occurs right across the United Kingdom?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I do agree with him that we should be cooperating as far as possible, but it's also important to record for the House that steps have been taken to preserve the future of homegrown content and talent already through initiatives such as the UK Government's independent film tax credit and high-end tax relief, providing a real opportunity for the industry to grow. But I'd certainly be delighted to talk to him about how the industry in Scotland and Northern Ireland could cooperate more effectively.
John Brady.
Question 4, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the industrial strategy is transformational for Scotland. A year ago, this government inherited an industrial crisis after 14 years of no plan and a complete disinterest from the SNP and the Conservatives when it came to Scottish industry. Can I, though, congratulate the SNP for their job creation programme? They've created tens of thousands of jobs in China, Turkey and Poland. Rather than standing up for Scotland, they've been shipping Scottish jobs overseas. Scotland has a proud industrial past, and Labour's industrial strategy will work to ensure we have a bright industrial future, and the Scotland Office will be doing all we can to exploit those opportunities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The industrial strategy identifies defence as a key industry. It is a big employer in Glasgow and could create many good jobs for my constituents. However, the SNP have banned the Scottish National Investment Bank and Scottish Enterprise from investing in defence companies. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this shows that the SNP government are weak on defending Scotland and are denying Glaswegians many good jobs?
Mr Speaker, you'll be unsurprised to hear me say that I agree with my honourable friend. I was astonished to learn that the SNP were blocking investment in a national specialist welding centre on the banks of the Clyde. That's putting their own student politics before job opportunities for working class young people, especially at a time when 1 in 6 are not in education, employment or training. Politics before people, it just isn't good enough. But where the SNP stand down, Labour will step up and fund that centre. We'll invest in defence and create a defence dividend, which means jobs and opportunities for everyone in Scotland.
Dave Dugan.
Mr. Speaker. With the exception of London, the vortex that sucks in wealth, capital and talent from across these islands, it is Scotland who tops the league for foreign direct investment. It is Aberdeen, Glasgow and Edinburgh who are in the top 10 cities in the UK for foreign direct investment, and that's been for 10 of the 18 years that the SNP have been in power. What's the Scottish Secretary done ever to get FDI into Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman needs to calm down a little bit, I feel, because one of the key investment opportunities into Scotland, of course, is into the renewable energy sector to be able to make our plan for clean energy by 2030. A lot of that will be capitalised by both the National Wealth Fund and indeed GB Energy. Two things that the honourable gentleman and his party voted against, Mr. Speaker.
Shadow Secretary State Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday, the 6th of July, marked 37 years since the Piper Alpha disaster, an incident that claimed the lives of 165 men and affected many more, particularly in and around the north east of Scotland. We remember them, their families, their friends, and indeed all of those who continue to do the dangerous work offshore in our oil and gas industry, ensuring that the lights stay on in this country. Could the right honourable gentleman please tell the House, when will the industrial strategy replace the tens of thousands of jobs set to be lost in the North Sea on his watch?
Mr. Speaker, can I join the honourable gentleman in paying respects on the 37th anniversary of the Piper Alpha disaster? It's left an indelible scar on Scotland, and we will never forget the lives that were lost. But we'll also never forget the catalyst that was for making sure that the North Sea in the UK is the safest place to do oil and gas anywhere in the world, and is world leading on that. Mr. Speaker, I can merely answer that question by saying to the honourable gentleman that all of the initiatives that this government has put forward in terms of getting to clean power by 2030, he and his party have opposed. And I would gently say to the honourable gentleman that when he finds out who the former Energy Minister was in the previous government, he's going to be very disappointed.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our record in supporting the oil and gas industry, and talk about having their head in the sand. 400 jobs are going to be lost in the North Sea every 2 weeks on his watch. That is a Grangemouth-size event every 2 weeks. The only strategy that this government has is a de-industrialisation strategy. There is an industry ready, willing, and with just the skilled workforce ready to generate energy, generate revenue and generate jobs in Scotland. So come on, Secretary of State, let's have a real industrialisation strategy. Remove the energy profits levy, overturn the ban on licences, and let's return to a policy of maximum economic recovery from the North Sea.
Mr. Speaker, the energy profits levy was brought in by the former Energy Minister in the previous government, who so happens to be sitting across from me at the dispatch box today. We have the North Sea Transition Consultation, which is closed. That sets out the pathway to a just transition in the North Sea. That's to protect jobs, and of course we want to get to that clean power by 2030. Those are the jobs and the careers of the future, but that transition has to take those jobs with them.
Alfred Brown.
Question number 5.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 5 and 14 together. Scotland cultivates the very best produce in the world, and we are absolutely committed to supporting Scotland's agricultural sector, and indeed all those who live and work in our rural communities. I was very pleased that the Scottish Government's Minister for Agriculture and Connectivity joined me in a food and farming roundtable I hosted in Edinburgh in April. We heard directly then from the sector about how Scotland's two governments can best collaborate and continue to support those that put food on our table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like farmers in my constituency of Chester South and Edinburgh, farmers in Scotland feel let down by this government's disregard for agriculture and the countryside. We've seen Labour look the other way as the Scottish Government delivered real-term cuts to the agriculture budget. Scottish Conservatives have set out a clear, multi-year plan to give farmers the certainty they need. So will the Secretary of State urge the First Minister to back that plan, which has strong support from the farming community, and help reverse the damage done to Scottish agriculture and our food security?
Mr Speaker, the Scottish Government has been given a record settlement in the devolution era, and it's now for the devolved governments to allocate their funding in devolved areas as they see fit. They are accountable to their own legislators and indeed the Scottish public. That's a key principle of devolution, and this Labour Government will respect it.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We Conservatives were vilified when we pointed out that the vindictive changes to farming reliefs were going to damage jobs in rural Scotland. The Scotland Office conducted its own roundtable speaking to agriculture figures. Will the honourable gentleman share the results of that with the House, with the Scottish Government and, crucially, also with whoever the Deputy Prime Minister decides will be the next Chancellor of the Exchequer?
Mr Speaker, I'd be delighted to report back to the House and to Scotland's rural communities, including my own in Midlothian, about the outcomes of the farming roundtable. What we heard from stakeholders directly was that they wanted support and, crucially, for the two governments to work together, which is exactly why we had the Scottish Government around the table.
Mr Speaker, does the Minister agree that Scottish agriculture, salmon and distilleries like Lockleigh and my constituency will benefit from our 3 trade deals? But can she work out why the SNP failed to support them?
Mr Speaker, those 3 trade deals are, of course, some of the proudest achievements of this Labour Government, and they will disproportionately benefit Scotland because it is, as I have already said, home to some of the finest produce on the face of the earth, and we are delighted to be promoting it as part of the Scotland Office's Brand Scotland efforts.
Mr Speaker, does my honourable friend agree it is the Chancellor's excellent spending review for Scotland setting out record funding for the Scottish Government, which means SNP ministers are ideally placed to offer the agricultural sector in Scotland a multi-year funding settlement, and that's exactly what they should now do.
Mr Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend that the Scottish Government has been blessed with a record settlement in the devolution era. The difficulty for those of us on this side of the House that championed that settlement is that we are all too well aware that I'm afraid the Scottish Government is absolutely addicted to wasting money, which is why the only route for Scotland to have a new direction is to replace a failing Scottish Government with a Labour one in May.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, this weekend I was at the Fettercairn show in my constituency, and I noted that 2 weeks ago the Secretary of State was at the Royal Highland Show in Edinburgh. Now, with new research showing that more than 16,000 jobs are expected to be lost as a direct result of Labour's family farm attacks, can I ask the Secretary of State and the Minister what their message to farmers that they met at the Royal Highland Show was regarding their government plans to kill family farms in Scotland? Because judging by the comments made this weekend, to me, the fear, anger and disgust at how this government has treated the agricultural sector and rural Scotland very much remains.
Mr Speaker, our message to the farming community, including NFUS Scotland, with whom I meet regularly, and indeed to whom I spoke at their annual conference earlier, was there has to be fairness in the government's approach to the public finances. The latest figures from 2021 to 22 show that 40% of the value of APR went to just 7% of claimants. That is neither fair nor sustainable.
To Luke Evans.
Number 6, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the ruling brings clarity and confidence for women and service providers such as hospitals, refugees and sports clubs. Single-sex spaces are protected by law under Labels Equality Act 2010 and will always be protected by this government, alongside the rights of the trans community, as was stated by the Supreme Court.
Luke Evans.
Mr Speaker, Joe Griffin, the Permanent Secretary of the Scottish Government, in appearing in front of the Hollywood Finance Public Administration Committee, was asked about action taken relating to the Supreme Court judgment. When pushed, he said, specific actions, I can't give you that right now. So does the UK Government believe that the Scottish Government is failing to uphold the law?
Mr Speaker, the application of the Supreme Court ruling to services in Scotland is a matter, of course, for the Scottish Government. It's for the Scottish Government to ensure they fully comply with the law as it stands.
Imogen Walker.
Mr Speaker, the Supreme Court judgment provided very welcome legal clarity on the matter of biological sex. But the Scottish Government has met clarity with chaos. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the SNP has made an absolute mess of this in much the same way that they have made a mess of passing on the biggest settlement in the history of devolution to Scottish NHS, education and housing services? And isn't it time they got a grip?
Mr. Speaker, I think the F word could be used in terms of whatever the Scottish Government has done, and that is the word failure. And when it comes to the elections in May 2026 next year, the Scottish public will have to decide whether or not they require a third decade of the SNP Scottish Government or a change with Anas Sarwar as First Minister.
Jerome Mayor.
Number 7, sir.
Thursday.
Mr. Speaker, under this government is working people in Scotland who will feel the benefit of economic growth. We've given the largest settlement in the history of the Scottish Government, £14 billion extra. The stability in the economy has enabled us to have 4 interest rate cuts, meaning cheaper mortgages for homeowners. Fuel duty is frozen, meaning 3 million Scots motorists pay less at the pump. The minimum wage is up, meaning a pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest paid Scots. And that deserves the largest cheer because it is for the lowest paid Scots, and the Warm Homes discount is extended to 500,000 Scots.
Jerome Mayo.
The jobs tax decimated business confidence and has seen unemployment rise. The budget blow to Scotch whisky, the attack on family farms, the undermining of the oil and gas industry, and now Scottish Hospitality Group has slated the spending review, saying it does absolutely nothing to support the sector. So will he work with the Chancellor to undo the damage of her budget and her spending review that they've inflicted on family farms, Scotch whisky, oil and gas industry, hospitality, entertainment and business confidence in Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman should go and speak to Scottish businesses and apologise for voting against the budget and apologise for voting against the £14 billion extra that will go to Scotland as part of the spending review. As a result of the decisions taken by this government, we had the highest growth in the G7, the highest business confidence in a decade, record inward investment, 3 major trade deals, 4 interest rate cuts, all helping businesses right across the country.
Joanna Baxter.
Mr. Speaker, it's fantastic news that Ferguson Marine has secured this contract with BAE Systems to help further enhance the UK's maritime capability and making use of the skilled workforce there. Does my right honourable friend agree that this is in sharp contrast to the student union politics played by the SNP government in relation to defence? And does the Minister agree with me that the benefits of the spending review cannot be fully assessed until the SNP are removed from power in 2026?
Mr. Speaker, yet again I agree with my right honourable friend, and can I pay a special tribute to both her and my honourable friend, the member for Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West, who've done so much to make sure we can get work into Ferguson Marine. But again, Mr. Speaker, it won't be lost on the House, or indeed the Scottish public, that it's the defence industry that's supporting jobs in Scotland's defence industry, and that is straight into Ferguson Marine. Whereas the Scottish Government walks past on the other side, we will invest, Mr. Speaker.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Durham Pape.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, we marked the 20th anniversary of the despicable terrorist attacks on 7/7. The painful memories of that dark day are deeply ingrained. 52 people were murdered, many more were injured. We thank our emergency services who ran towards danger with true bravery, and send our deepest condolences to the victims, the survivors and bereaved, and all those forever affected by that appalling day. May I also extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Lord Tevitt. We remember his profound courage in the face of terrorism and a fierce devotion to his wife, Margaret. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, we also mark the 30th anniversary of the genocide at Srebrenica. We remember those lost and redouble our efforts to fight hatred and intolerance wherever it exists. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to welcome President Macron to the United Kingdom. Our relationship has never been stronger, and we're focused on tough new tactics to tackle illegal migration, major economic investment to create jobs, and leading our allies to support Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks? At a recent coffee morning, residents in Southampton Itchen told me how much they still miss the Bitton NHS walk-in centre that was shut down a decade ago under the Conservatives. So can I begin by welcoming this government's 10-year plan and its commitment to neighbourhood health services? And as we put this plan for change into action for my local residents, does the Prime Minister agree that Bitton is an excellent location for the first new neighbourhood health centre?
Well, I pay tribute to him for making the case for his constituents, and I know the Health Secretary will give it every consideration. Mr. Speaker, the 10-year plan will establish neighbourhood health centres in every community, and that'll make a massive difference, starting in the places where the need is greatest and life expectancy at its lowest. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that we promised 2 million extra NHS appointments in the first year of a Labour government, and we've now delivered £4 million. We shouldn't forget that the record investment that made that possible in the budget was opposed by all the parties opposite.
Leader of the Opposition, Parental.
Mr. Speaker, can I echo the Prime Minister's sentiments about the horrific terrorist attack of July the 7th? I was pleased to be at the commemoration service on Monday, and in particular our thoughts are with the families of those who lost their lives, those who had to go on without their loved ones. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Lord Tebbit, who died yesterday at the age of 94. He was a man of iron integrity and conviction, who by his efforts helped to save our country from the chaos of the 1970s. We all owe him so much. Mr. Speaker, in their manifesto last year, Labour promised not to increase income tax, not to increase national insurance, and not to increase VAT. Does the Prime Minister still stand by his promises?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is rare. It is rare, yes. It is rare that he's able to give a clear answer, but I'm glad that he has done so, because he also promised, in fact, he boasted that he solved the doctor strike. But only a Prime Minister who was so weak and giving 28% pay rise to doctors, only now we see that they're still voting to strike again. He folds in every negotiation and claims that it is a triumph. Yes, he does. And we saw at the budget, Mr. Speaker, more promises. The Chancellor promised that she would lift the freeze on income tax and national insurance thresholds, because in her words, they hurt working people. Is that still government policy?
Mr. Speaker, no Prime Minister or Chancellor is going to write a budget in advance. We are absolutely fixed on our fiscal rules. We remain committed to them. We remain committed to our budget, to our manifesto commitments. I realise that sticking to your fiscal rules and your manifesto commitments is a bit unfamiliar to the party opposite, but it's because of the decisions the Chancellor took, that this government has taken, that we can update the House. £120 billion of inward investment into this country since we took office. Business confidence at a 9-year high. That's longer than the Leader Opposition has been in Parliament. Deloitte this week saying the UK is now the best place to invest, creating 384,000 jobs. What a contrast to the mess that we inherited from the party opposite.
Mr. Speaker, there was no clear answer there. The whole House would have heard him fail to rule out freezing tax thresholds. He could say it in the first question, he could promise, but he couldn't this time round. But what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? He's talking about record investment and more jobs. We know that people are losing their jobs. Unemployment has gone up under Labour every single month since it's their year in office. But what does it mean on this issue of tax thresholds? It means that under Labour, millions of our poorest pensioners face being dragged into income tax for the first time ever. Does the Prime Minister think it is right that struggling pensioners should face a retirement tax?
Mr. Speaker, for a Prime Minister or Chancellor to say we're not going to write a budget in advance isn't a Labour thing or a Tory thing. Every single Prime Minister and Chancellor says they won't. We will stick to our manifesto commitments. We will stick to our fiscal rules. This is a language they don't understand, which is why I have to... That's what got us into the problem in the first place. And whilst she comes here every week to talk the country down, that investment, record investment, £120 billion, that will be good, well-paid jobs across the country. And this investment, Mr. Speaker, is foreign investors who can choose whether to invest in this country. They're choosing to invest in this country now because they have confidence in what this government is doing.
Mr. Speaker, investors are fleeing the country. They're fleeing the country. He says he sticks to his manifesto promises. They promised not to put a tax on working people, and then we got the jobs tax. And all we have seen is jobs disappearing. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised, and I quote, "not a penny more on your council tax." The Institute for Fiscal Studies says that now council tax bills will rise at their fastest rate in 20 years. Will the Prime Minister admit that under him council tax is set to soar?
Minister.
No, of course it's not. It soared under the last government. But, Mr. Speaker, here she goes again, back on familiar territory. She comes here complaining about the national insurance rise every year, every week. She comes here complaining about it. And then when she's asked the question, well, would you have the courage then to reverse it? What's the answer? What's the answer? No! And I'll tell you for why. Because she's too embarrassed to say she doesn't want the investment we put in. That investment went to the NHS. They want the investment, they can't say how they're going to pay for it. That is what got us into the problem in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, he still doesn't understand, so I'm going to make it very simple for him. This is a mess of his own making. He shouldn't be asking how we would clean it up. The fact is, there is national insurance through the jobs tax, and that's why they have to put up council tax. The truth is, his catastrophic budget has created a domino effect which he cannot now control. We on this side of the House know that you cannot tax your way to growth. But now he's flirting. They're all muttering. I remember that budget. They were laughing and cheering. They had no idea the mess that they were creating. They should go and explain to their constituents about why unemployment is going up. But, Mr. Speaker, what is more worrying is that now he's flirting with Neil Kinnock's demand for a wealth tax. Let's be honest about what that means. This is a tax on all of our constituent savings, on their houses, on their pensions. It would be a tax on aspiration. Will the Prime Minister rule this out?
Mr. Speaker says we shouldn't be asking them for advice on the economy. She's absolutely right about that. We will not be asking for their advice. What we did in the budget was stabilise the economy through the measures taken by the Chancellor. And what has that led to? 4 interest rate cuts. For mortgage holders, that's hugely important. Compare and contrast what happened on the Liz Truss mini-budget. The fastest growth in the G7 in the first quarter of this year. Wages up more in the first 10 months of a Labour government than the 10 years under the Tories. So, no, we don't need lessons from them.
Mr. Speaker, he says he stabilised the economy. Has he spoken to any farmers recently? Yes. It is time for him to take responsibility for the mess he is making. He has been in office for a year, and all we see is him congratulating himself on what a fantastic job that he has done. Nobody out there believes it. No, not even them. Not even them. What a weak chair. Mr. Speaker, he's congratulating himself. We can compare records. He talks about the fastest growing economy. We left him the fastest growing economy of the G7. We cut the deficit in every year until the pandemic. We got inflation down to 2%. On his watch, taxes are up. Unemployment is up. Inflation is up. And this weak Prime Minister has been forced into a series of chaotic U-turns. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the OBR said that our economy is being eroded under Labour. Doctor strikes, tax bombshells, the wealthy leaving in droves. Isn't the truth that under him he is dragging us back to the 1970s?
Mr. Speaker, responsibility. We're responsible for 4 million extra appointments in the NHS. We're responsible for a 10-year plan on the future of the NHS after they broke it. We're also responsible for free school meals being rolled out in a way which has never been done by any government. breakfast clubs being rolled out, family hubs being rolled out, transport across the country and migration coming down. We take responsibility and we're proud of that.
Lloyd Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Eden project in Cornwall is a proven success story, injecting millions into the local economy. And in Lancashire, Eden Morecambe will soon be under construction, set to create hundreds of jobs. So it's about time we had the third instalment with Memo Portland, or Eden Portland, as many like to call it. This will be a world-class attraction, celebrating the Jurassic Coast and transforming the economy in South Dorset. So will the Prime Minister back this exciting project and work with me and all of the relevant ministers to secure funding to deliver this project? And ideally, can we use the new Growth Mission Fund?
Well, look, I thank him for highlighting this exciting proposal, and he's a fantastic advocate for Portland and South Dorset. The Eden Portland is a hugely exciting project. I can't confirm funding allocations yet, Mr. Speaker, but our £240 million Growth Mission Fund should support transformative projects that give local leaders real investment to deliver real change. And I know he makes a compelling case in relation to the fund that's been set out.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the Prime Minister's comments about the horrifying terrorist bombings of 7/7 here in London? Our thoughts are with the victims, their families and our amazing emergency services. And can I also join in the condolences to the family of Lord Tebbit? He was a man of service in the RAF, in politics, and as a carer for his wife, Margaret. He will be greatly missed. Mr. Speaker, after years of Conservative neglect, the special education needs system is in desperate need of repairs. But with parents understandably worried, we already hear Labour MPs planning another rebellion. So can I offer the Prime Minister this? If he genuinely wants to fix the problem and not strip away the rights of children and parents in some cost-cutting exercise, then we have 72 votes to help. So, will the Prime Minister look at the 5 tests for SEND reform we have published today and work with us to make it happen?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's telling that when he raises the question of the broken SEND system, they laugh at the back of the Tory boxes. They laugh. That's how seriously they take their responsibility. Absolute shame. But as he knows, every week across the House, people raise this issue with me. I think it's been raised more times than anything else. And everyone knows the system is broken. And again, guess who broke it along with everything else? It doesn't work for parents, and it lets down children. So we do need to reform and change it. That's not about saving money. We've already invested an additional £1 billion into SEND, but it is about creating a new system that truly supports every child. And we're developing proposals. We want to work with parents and teachers to get this right, and I would expect him to welcome that.
Sir Ed Davey.
Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his reply. We want to work across the House to fix the mess that lay live. We don't want another welfare-style mess this time. We've got to fix this properly for parents and children. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government badly undermined the security of our borders by ripping up the returns agreement that allowed us to send migrants back to Europe. So I hope the Prime Minister can secure a new returns agreement with France that acts as a real deterrent to stop the boats. And the Conservatives also sent hundreds of millions of pounds to France and got nothing in return. Does the Prime Minister agree that any new funding to the French government must be conditional on them agreeing a returns deal and doing their bit to stop the boats?
Mr. Speaker, we're working closely with the French on this issue. We'll only provide funding that delivers for our priorities. We are working closely. We share information to a much greater extent than was the case before. We've got a new specialist intelligence unit at Dunkirk, and we're the first government to persuade the French to review their laws and tactics on the North Coast to take more effective action. I'll be discussing this at meetings with President Macron both today and tomorrow.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of recent events, could the Prime Minister update the House on the work of the COVID Corruption Commissioner? And does he agree with my constituents in Rugby, Bulkington and the surrounding villages that there should be no place in public life for people who exploited the pandemic and defrauded the taxpayer to line their own pockets?
My honourable friend makes a powerful point, and I hope it was heard on the benches opposite. It's an absolute scandal that failed PPE contracts were handed out by the Conservatives at taxpayer funds of £1.4 billion. We're focused on getting our money back. I can confirm the Commissioner is now investigating fraud involving bounce back and business support loans, and we will continue to go after the fraudsters, the grifters and the con artists, no matter who they are or where we find them.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The main reason this country decided into this way.
Some of you want to get in a little later. If this takes forever, you won't get in. Nigel Farage.
Thank you. The main reason this country wisely voted for Brexit back in 2016, and that included millions of Labour supporters, is because we wanted to take back control of our borders so that we and we alone could decide who comes and settles in our country. Does the Prime Minister understand that demand today is even greater than it was back in 2016, and that we demand, the country demands, that you say to the French President, will you shut up? That you say to the French President, we will not accept undocumented males across the English Channel, and that you are not dictated to by an increasingly arrogant anti-Brexit French President.
Mr. Speaker, we are fixing the mess that we inherited. We are working with other countries to ensure that we take the measures necessary to stop people crossing the Channel. They are serious answers to serious problems. His proposal for 10 years, wagging the Tory dog, has been to break everything and claim that's how you fix things, to stick two fingers up at your neighbours and then expect them to work with us. And he votes against the Borders Bill, which gives more powers to our law enforcement to deal with security at our borders. And, Mr. Speaker, the reason for that is he has no interest in fixing the problem because he wants to milk it and exploit it. That's the truth about him and his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From homelessness to child poverty, so many of the challenges that I see people facing in Exeter can be traced back to early years. So can I welcome how this government is rebuilding on the legacy of Sure Start, so cruelly dismantled by the party opposite? And can the Prime Minister set out what difference this will make to family services in Exeter?
Well, I'm grateful to him. I've discussed it with him before. He's a brilliant champion for Exeter. Mr. Speaker, every child should have support to realise their potential. And the party opposite tore up Sure Start and took it out of our communities, an act, in my view, of vandalism that abandoned families and deepened inequalities. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering 1,000 Best Start family hubs across the country. That's in addition to free childcare being rolled out and expanding free school meals. That's the change the Labour government makes.
Jim Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Growing numbers of people are joining calls for a wealth tax on the super-rich, including former Labour leader Lord Kinnock, and today a former First Minister of Wales, and it transpires, the Chancellor herself when she was in opposition. So will the Prime Minister stand by his promise that those with the broadest shoulders should carry the largest burden? And can he clarify that that means the ultra-wealthy, not disabled people, the poorest and children with special educational needs?
Mr. Speaker, I'm really not going to take advice from a party that put forward £80 billion of unfunded commitments at the last election. That's the sort of thing that got us into the problem in the first place. Mr. Speaker, we can't just tax our way to growth. We need to ensure that we put in place the necessary measures. We're putting in place planning reforms, Mr. Speaker, to drive growth. He voted against it and they voted against it.
Bill Mr. Speaker, I am proud that this Labour government is banning fire and rehire. I am proud that we are addressing the abusive use of zero-hour contracts and improving protections at work, particularly against unfair dismissal. Reform and their Tory friends voted against Labour's workplace protections. I don't know why they're heckling. When they were in government, they promised to deal with fire and rehire, and after, and despite the scandal at P&O, did absolutely nothing about it. So, does my right honourable friend agree that it is only this Labour government which will ensure people have fairness at work in this country?
Well, I'm proud that we'll give 15 million workers, that's half of all workers, stronger rights at work. And Mr. Speaker, that's sick pay for up to 1.3 million of the lowest paid, tackling sexual harassment and bereavement leave for families who experience pregnancy loss before 24 weeks. Compare that to the Leader of the Opposition who thinks maternity pay is excessive. The Leader of Reform who wants working people to pay tax for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. Both of them vote against reform and better protection of workers at every term. They always have and they always will. They offer nothing for working people.
Sir David Davis. With permission, Mr. Speaker, before my question, can I tell the House that in the public gallery today there are a number of veterans of Northern Ireland. Given what the Prime Minister said about 7/7, I'd like to publicly thank them for their courage in defending our country and our democracy against the first scourge of terrorism. Now, the Prime Minister knows that every time a paramilitary was killed in Northern Ireland by a British soldier, it triggered a thorough investigation. No bullet went unscrutinised. Our soldiers were held to the highest standards of law. The IRA were not. They tortured and shot men in the back. They forced families to watch their menfolk murdered. They killed women and children with bombs. Yet we're willing to prosecute our own men. Men forced to make life and death decisions in split seconds. If the government get the legacy legislation wrong, at least 50 innocent retired veterans will be exposed to legal persecution for crimes they did not commit. Now, I've raised this matter 6 times now since February. So I ask again, on Monday, when we debate this matter in Westminster Hall, will his government protect our veterans, or will it sacrifice them to politically motivated lawyers trying to rewrite history with a pack of lies?
Can I join in his thanks to the veterans here today with us and to all veterans? And I mean, he knows this is a serious issue, and the outing of his at the end of his question didn't really reflect that seriousness, because the scheme that was set up by the party opposite was found to be unlawful in the courts, and he knows it. And it wasn't supported by the communities. It would have meant, as he knows, immunity from prosecution for those who committed the most appalling terrorist crimes. And that's why it didn't have support in the communities and didn't have the support, I think, of any political party in Northern Ireland. And that was amongst the reason it was found to be unlawful. So we have to tread carefully, we have to get this right. And I'll work with him on that, but we don't get there by cheapening the debate. We will look at the address. It's not about political point scoring. I worked in Northern Ireland. I've spoken to many of the people affected, and I know we must get this right, and I want to do so, and I want the House to do it together if we possibly can, because it matters. But we have to do that in a serious way, to address the issues of the past, of course, in a way that has support of victims and survivors. And that is a key test for me, because without the support of victims and survivors, I think it's very hard in Northern Ireland to come up with something which will have the confidence of everybody in Northern Ireland, which is why we have to work in the way we do. In advance of the new legislation, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland continues to engage with veterans and their communities to ensure that legacy mechanisms are fair, that they're lawful and they're proportionate. And I'll continue to work with him and others in the House, because the most important thing is not scoring points but getting it right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I published a report which revealed the terrible legacy left by the party opposite on the NHS locally. Kids in Basingstoke waiting 210 days following a referral for access to mental health services, 3 times the national average. So I welcome the publication of the 10-year plan last week, led by the Prime Minister, to be delivered by a Labour Health Secretary, made possible by a Labour Chancellor. But can I ask the Prime Minister what more the government is able to do to close that gap in mental health services locally and ensure that every kid in Basingstoke has access to the very best mental health services?
Well, I thank him for that. The party opposite failed to give children the support that they need. The 10-year plan that we've put forward will rewire our NHS and transform mental health services. 85 dedicated mental health A&E departments giving 24/7 support, specialist mental health professionals in every school and college, benefiting 1 million young people this year alone, and an extra 8,500 mental health staff to tackle long waits. And that is only because of the decisions that we took to invest in our NHS, decisions that they opposed.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to add to the many calls that this Prime Minister has already heard about the broken SEND system. I met with head teachers and SENCOs in my constituency of Chichester last week. They all told me the same thing, that the SEND system is broken, it's adversarial, parents are at breaking point, there are not enough spaces in specialist schools, and the EHCP process is long, it's harrowing, and it's often degrading. Now, I know the government are exploring their options, but will he take the Liberal Democrat calls to introduce a national body for SEND so that we can end the postcode lottery and fix this problem for good?
Well, I thank her for raising this issue, and I know it's of concern to her and to many people across the House. The system we've got is broken. It's not serving anyone well. We've got to reform it, and I set out in an earlier answer the steps that we are taking. We will share those with the House, and I hope that we can get the greatest support possible for the reform that I think everybody here knows has to happen.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted at the spending review commitment of £445 million for Welsh Rail. A new station at Meigran-Undy will take cars off the congested M4, offer greener journeys and open doors for local residents without a vehicle to get jobs. And it's great value for money due to the track and infrastructure that's already in place there. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that Meigran-Undy is an excellent candidate to be the first Burn station built so it can start serving local people?
Well, it's so good to see strong Labour MPs standing up for Wales and her constituency. She makes her case. I can't confirm the plans yet, but we will consider recommendations from the Burns Commission, which includes a proposal for a new station in her constituency. And I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, just this week we set out a major road and rail schemes across the country, the A66, Newark Bypass, Midlands Rail Hub, creating tens of thousands of jobs, new homes and better journeys for millions of travellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past few weeks, I've spoken to 5 people from my rural constituency of North Devon who have been forced to remove their own teeth with pliers or with amateur surgical kits bought online because they are unable to find an NHS dentist. What would the Prime Minister say to those people, Mr. Speaker? And when will the government banish this dentistry crisis to the history books where it belongs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, another shameful legacy from the party opposite, with 1 in 4 adults struggling with NHS care and tooth decay as the most common reason for hospital admissions for children aged 5 to 9 under their watch. We are fixing this, Mr. Speaker, and I can set out what we're doing. We're rolling out 700,000 urgent and emergency appointments. We're reforming the dental contract and recruiting more dentists and newly qualified dentists to practice in the NHS for a minimum period. All of that only made possible because of the investment we put in the budget, which they all opposed.
Melanie Hall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tax evasion, money laundering, illicit goods, illegal working all undermine our high streets like Freeman Street in my own constituency, undermine local business confidence and challenge community cohesion. That's a reality around the country because of the explosion of vape shops, fake barbers, Harry Potter shops, American candy stores. Will the Prime Minister commit to working with his Cabinet to bring in a national strategy to tackle the scourges of the High Street and restore High Street confidence?
Well, she's right to highlight this issue, Mr. Speaker. In March, we saw a major crackdown against criminals using high street businesses to launder money, and with almost 400 properties securing freezing orders over bank accounts totalling more than £1 million and arresting 35 individuals. There's much more to come, and I thank her for highlighting this really important issue.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was elected on a promise to smash the gangs. He said he would reduce small boat crossings. He said he would close asylum hotels. Why are all these issues going wrong?
Mr. Speaker, we are fixing the problem that they said they'd take control of borders and they lost it. We're working hard with our allies. We want to bring forward more powers for our law enforcement of the borders through our Borders Bill to give them the powers they need to take the job and deal with it. And what did they do? They voted against. A confected argument.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow evening sees the annual National Police Bravery Awards. 3 of the officers nominated this year are 3 of the officers who were first on the scene of the tragedy in my Southport constituency last summer. So will the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to Sergeant Gregory Gillespie, Constable Luke Holden and PCSO Timothy Parry, who are with us in the gallery today, for their immense bravery in the face of evil. And just like our brave officers will always protect and defend us when we need them to. Does he agree with me that this government will always support our brave officers in return?
Well, can I start by saying that the thoughts of the whole House, of course, are with the families of those that lost their little girls and all those affected by this terrible incident. I would like to put on record our heartfelt thanks to all of those who responded and those that are with us today: Sergeant Gregory Gillespie, PC Luke Holden, PCSO Timothy Parry. These officers ran towards danger to protect young lives, Mr. Speaker. I have met a number of them, and it is truly humbling to see the bravery and professionalism that they brought to their job that day and every day. Southport is a wonderful and loving community. In difficult days, they've shown kindness, empathy and courage. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend for all that he has done in relation to those values as well.
Ben Lake.
Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Mr. Brian Buckle, is a victim of a miscarriage of justice. He was wrongfully imprisoned for over 5 years before being exonerated at retrial. Now, Mr. Speaker, despite a jury unanimously finding him not guilty of the crimes for which he was imprisoned and the devastating impact this injustice continues to have on him and his family, his application for compensation was denied due to a 2014 change to the law that requires those who have been wrongfully imprisoned to prove their innocence beyond all reasonable doubt. This is an almost impossible hurdle to overcome. And so would the Prime Minister consider meeting with Mr Buckle to discuss his case and lend his support to appeals campaign for fair compensation for those who have been victims of a miscarriage of justice?
Well, can I thank you for raising this particular case, which saw a grave miscarriage of justice. In relation to the statutory test for compensation, this has been raised in the House before, and I've undertaken to have a look at it. And I know he's working, I think, with the Minister responsible on the particular case that he raises.
Liz.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for leading from the front in promoting the importance of his role as a father in keeping time for family life. I'm delighted that this government in the past week has launched a review into parental leave, and we've started to rebuild the legacy of Sure Start by launching our Best Start family hubs, both things that will will make a huge difference to my constituents in Ribble Valley. Can you commit to this parental leave review, creating some truly ambitious outcomes so that we can make the UK not only a world-leading place to live and do business, but also the best place in the world to live a rewarding family life?
Well, I think the first full review of parental leave and pay is a landmark moment. The current system is simply out of date and too complicated. 1 in 3 dads don't take paternity leave, often because they can't afford to do so. Mr. Speaker, that's a great loss to them and their children. I want parents to be able to give their child the best care and make the system work better for employers.
Final question, Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following a week of internal conflict, the Prime Minister should be well prepared if he wants to join me this weekend at the Tewkesbury Medieval Festival, which includes Europe's largest reenactment. Or perhaps next weekend he'll don his leather jacket and turn it up to 11 at the Tewkesbury Live Music Festival, hosted by hospitality venues across the town. Regardless, will he join me in thanking the volunteers and those hospitality venues that make Tewkesbury the unsung nucleus of Gloucestershire's culture? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, what an invitation. I'm grateful for the invite to join the medieval festival. But if I wanted to see a load of people stuck in the past and fighting each other, I'd probably go to the next meeting of the Shadow Cabinet. I'll consider it. Thank you.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front bench change over. Point forward to Lee Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, during PMQs today, the Honourable Member for Clacton asked what I thought was quite a reasonable question, because I knew what the question was going to be, but during PMQs, I couldn't hear a single word. I'm sure people in this chamber couldn't, because people like the Honourable Member for Dewsbury behind me never shut up all the way through. The Honourable Member for Clacton was trying to ask a reasonable question. We do not subscribe to this sort of dog whistle politics in Reform UK. So, Mr. Speaker, could you please give us advice on how to stop this behaviour in the future?
What I would say is I think Mr Farage is capable of dealing with his own battles that we've seen on many occasions. What I would say is, look, it is about respect, it is about tolerance that we should show to each other, because what we do in here is reflected outside. So please, let us show common sense but respect for each other. A point forward to Adrian Ramsey, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At Prime Minister's questions just now, in response to my question, the Prime Minister claimed that the Green Party had made unfunded spending commitments in our general election manifesto, something that he also said in response to me at last week's Prime Minister's questions. That is clearly untrue. Our manifesto was fully costed, including through the proposals for a wealth tax that I was calling for. So please could you, Mr. Speaker, outline how I can correct the record? Should I send a copy of our manifesto to the Prime Minister?
Can I first of all say, look, I'm not going to continue a debate of Prime Minister's questions. I did end it. What I would say is, I think you have corrected it with what you stated. It is now on the record. Right, let us move on now. We come to the urgent question. Shadow Secretary of State, Robert General.
Thank you, Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Justice if she will make a statement on her plans to restrict jury trial through the creation of a Crown Court bench division and related sentencing changing.
Mr. Speaker,
This government inherited a justice system in crisis, with record and rising backlogs in our criminal courts, leaving victims in limbo waiting to see justice done. For this reason, the Lord Chancellor commissioned Sir Brian Leveson to undertake a once-in-a-generation review of the criminal courts. We're grateful to Sir Brian for all his work. His report confirms that the system that we inherited is broken, and that if we do nothing, it will collapse. We welcome the ambitious recommendations he's put forward and agree that a crisis of this scale requires bold action. We must consider any measures that will put our courts on a more stable and sustainable footing. Victims and the public deserve swift justice and a court system that they can have confidence in. We will consider Sir Brian's recommendations on jury trials, along with everything else, carefully before providing a formal response to Parliament, and we will do so in the autumn. Jury trials are and will remain a cornerstone of British justice and will remain in place for the most serious cases. However, justice delayed is justice denied. The system was not designed for a scenario where there are tens of thousands of victims waiting years for justice. The Lord Chancellor and this government is committed to turning the tide on the Crown Court backlog by the end of this Parliament and creating a sustainable justice system fit for the 21st century.
Robert Jay.
Mr. Speaker, all of us agree that justice delayed is justice denied. That is why it's so important to get control of the court backlog. No one pretends that this is straightforward, but this government has made the crisis worse. The backlog is at a record high and accelerating, with 750 cases being added every month. Sir Brian Leveson's review rightly acknowledges that we must increase the number of court sitting days, and we thank him for his work and welcome many of his recommendations. However, it cannot be right to give another sentencing discount for those convicted of crimes like burglary and stalking. This could see criminals serve as little as a fifth of their sentence when combined with the Gawk review. 20% of a sentence served. Is that justice for victims? Out-of-court settlements for drug dealers and thieves, meaning they won't even get a criminal record. It makes a mockery of the criminal justice system. And just as concerning is the proposal to scrap jury trials in many cases. The report admits that this will only have a limited effect on the backlog. It will save just £31 million, 0.2% of the department's budget. And as the report says, there is no limit to the cases for which jury trials could be scrapped. This is a slippery slope towards abolishing jury trials altogether. Now, jury trials have been a central part of our Constitution for centuries. In Magna Carta, indeed before it, they are a gift that we have given to the world. To throw them away so casually shows a total disregard for our Constitution and for such limited benefit. For too many on the government benches, it seems they want to scrap jury trials regardless of the backlog because they don't trust the British public's instincts on justice. They say judges know best, we say the public know best. It doesn't have to be this way. The government must take up the Lady Chief Justice offer of more sitting days. So, will she rule out yet another sentencing cut for criminals? Will she rule out letting drug dealers and thieves avoid even a criminal record? And does she accept that scrapping jury trials is a disgraceful and unnecessary rejection of one of our country's proudest and most ancient liberties?
Minister.
What I didn't hear in any of that was an apology. It's extraordinary to hear that the Shadow Justice Secretary has suddenly discovered a sense of urgency. Where was that sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker, in the last 14 years? The so-called party of law and order that allowed two things to happen. First, taking our prison system to the brink of collapse. That let down the public and it let down victims. Soft on crime and soft on law and order. And secondly, allowing the backlogs in our Crown Courts to run out of control to record highs. For 14 years, they did absolutely nothing. Let me explain the contrast between a party and a government that is gripping the crisis and is tough on law and order. We commissioned one of their own, Sir David Gauke, to give us his review on the sentencing review. We've commissioned one of our most revered judges, Sir Brian Leveson, who today has set out his recommendations. We're not going to provide our policy response today because they demand and require seriousness, not what we hear from the Shadow Justice Secretary, but serious, careful analysis, and we will provide our formal response to this House in the autumn. But we're not delaying. We're not waiting, we're investing in the system. So to take up his challenge about what the Lady Chief Justice said, we have already done what they failed to do, an additional 4,000 Crown Court sitting days, a record level of 110,000 sitting days a year, up from what the so-called Party of Law and Order gave us. We also understand that we need proper system capacity. We heard from the Lord Chancellor yesterday, it's not just simply about adding more Crown Court sitting days. We cannot, as Sir Brian Leveson tells us, had he bothered to read the report, we cannot simply sit our way out of this crisis. We've got to build system capacity. More judges, more prosecutors, more defence lawyers, more court ushers. Of course we need to invest in the system, which is what this government is doing, with a promise for £450 million into our courts, additional to what the party opposite provided, because we are staying laser-focused on our mission here, which is to provide swifter justice for victims and to restore public confidence in a justice system that was left to rack and ruin by the party opposite. He's jumped the gun. We have been very clear. We are going to consider Sir Brian's careful and detailed report. We're going to listen to those who represent victims. We're going to listen to the barristers and the judges who do such an exceptional job. And we will do what it takes to look that victim of rape who today, if she reports a rape or a serious crime, is being told that she will have to wait till 2028, 2029 in some cases for her day in court. That is unacceptable. And that is why we will do whatever it takes with the seriousness that the other side simply failed to do.
Chair of the Select Committee on this.
Mr. Speaker, what Sir Brian's comprehensive report demonstrates is the terrible state our once envied criminal justice system was left in by the Shadow Lord Chancellor and his colleagues. Does she agree with Sir Brian that digging ourselves out of the hole which they have left us in will require more investment, greater efficiency and structural change? And isn't that the debt that we owe to, in particular, victims of crime, to ensure that they get justice? And it's up to this government to put right the wrongs that have been done over the last 14 years.
Minister.
The Chairman of the Justice Select Committee, as ever, gives a considered response and is absolutely right. What is required here is two things: a recognition of the scale of the problem, which demands investment and reform. Sir Brian, if you read the report, is very clear. Yes, we need investment, and it's investment which this government is already beginning to make. The additional Crown Court sitting days that we've laid on this year, running the system at system max. Additional funding for legal aid lawyers in criminal legal aid, £92 million to keep the sector going, both on the defence and the prosecutorial side. We are making that investment, but critically, and this is the critical thing, Sir Brian makes absolutely clear that alone will not be enough. We need to consider once-in-a-generation structural reforms that will run a sustainable, proportionate system that will allow us to deliver swifter justice for victims. Investment and reform, that is what we will be getting on with, and that's what we will report on in the autumn.
Dr. Neil-Tester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister will know the high regard in which I hold her. But with that in mind, does she in her own heart believe that intermediate courts will fix the criminal court backlog, or does she agree with the legal profession that it risks being a costly distraction from investing in the existing system? And does she agree with me that chipping away with jury trials in the name of speed risks undermining the cornerstone of British justice?
Minister.
Well, as I said in my opening statement, jury trials will remain a cornerstone for British justice for the most serious cases. But as Sir Brian Leveson evidences in his careful report, juryless trials can be swifter, Charles. And the fact is we need to put this into some context. 90% of criminal trials in this country are currently heard without a jury. That is how our criminal justice system currently functions. And whilst of course it's right that we listen to those who participate in the system, who represent whether they are prosecuting or defending those in the system, it's also right that we listen to those voices that have welcomed today's report. The head of the Met Police, former Lord Chancellors, former Lord Chief Justice and the Victims Commissioner. Their voices matter in this too, and I think, just as Sir Brian has done, we need to consider a package of measures capable of alleviating the acute crisis in which we find ourselves in.
Mr. Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree with me that trial by jury is and will always remain a fundamental concept of our British justice system, but we also need to ensure that we restore victims' faith in the system and to do what we can to ensure that justice is not denied by justice being delayed?
Minister.
He's absolutely right. The Shadow Secretary for Justice quotes Magna Carta, but the state's obligation is to ensure a fair trial, and essential to a fair trial is timely justice. In circumstances where some victims of crime are waiting 2-3 years for their day in court, that's not fair. And in fact, it's resulting in many victims actually pulling out of trials, rendering court time wasted and re-traumatising those victims. What he hasn't read is the entirety of Magna Carta. And I quote, Magna Carta says, "To no one will we delay right or justice." The right to a timely trial is embedded in Magna Carta, and we need to get back to delivering it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Josh Papperin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Justice Secretary said in his response that the public knows best, and for once I agree with him, which is why the public threw out the last Conservative government after crashing our criminal justice system. Now, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I made the case for safeguarding the guarantors of our justice system, our jury trials. But today, my concern that I want to raise on behalf of the Liberal Democrats is that reclassifying certain offences and drawing on magistrates for a new intermediate court risks putting unbearable strain on the magistrates' courts and jeopardises their ability to deliver swift justice, especially for survivors of domestic abuse crimes. So before adopting any new proposals, will the Minister publish an impact assessment of these measures on victims in magistrates' courts, and will she rule out any measures that will delay justice, safety or freedom for survivors of domestic abuse?
Minister.
The proposal for reclassification of certain offences in Sir Brian's report is just that. It's Sir Brian's recommendation, and as I've said already, we need to take those recommendations away and consider whether they are appropriate for our justice system. But he's right to highlight the essential role that the magistrates play in our criminal justice system. It's right that currently today, 90% of criminal trials are heard in our magistrates' court, and they do a phenomenal job. It's why we are continuing to recruit 2,000 magistrates annually. We want a more diverse magistracy. All of that will be essential. And he's right. These proposals, which Sir Brian has conveyed as a package, they need to interlock, they need to be operable together, and that is why we are taking the summer to engage with stakeholders like the Magistrates Association to ensure we get this right.
Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Crown Court backlog that we inherited being at such high levels and continuing to rise, does the Minister agree with me that we cannot just add more sitting days to tackle, but instead we need fundamental reform?
Minister.
The crisis that we inherited in our criminal courts with record and rising backlogs is intolerable. The human impact of that, whether you're a victim, whether you are a witness, whether you are someone who serves in the criminal justice system, is simply intolerable. And if we do nothing, as the party opposite was all too willing to do, then again, in the words of one of their own, former Lord Chancellor Alex Chalk, the system will become irrecoverable. It's not enough to sit our way out of this crisis. We have to have radical structural reform as well. That is the abiding lesson of Sir Brian's report, and we will take it on board.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should thank Sir Brian for his report and carefully consider his recommendations. but criminals already get a 1/3 discount for an early plea of guilty. And the idea that that should be increased to 40% risks undermining trust in the criminal justice system by victims. And jury trials are a centuries-old cornerstone of the British justice system. And creation of an intermediate court to save £35 million, it really isn't worth it when we have 81 empty courtrooms, we have judges available and ready to sit. We need to build capacity and make the jury system work.
Minister.
Well, I agree with him that I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to Sir Brian Leveson and his team for the comprehensive review which they've undertaken and which the government will be giving due consideration to over the summer before we formally provide our response. We've also got to ensure that whatever proposals and package of proposals that we take forward, that knits together with the recommendations from the Gork review and indeed the outcome of the spending review that we in Ministry of Justice have received, with a commitment to make an additional investment of £450 million into our courts. I do want to address his point about intermediate courts. This isn't about saving money. No. This is about addressing the backlog and delivering swifter justice for victims and a criminal justice system in which the public can have confidence. If this package of ideas is right and will achieve that aim, then we will pursue it.
Dame Emily Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I spent my first 20 years in professional life in the criminal courts as a barrister, and there is no one who loves the criminal justice system more than I do, and no one who has more respect for the juries than I do. But if you go into the courts now, they're not what they were. And the fact of the matter is that the delays are so appalling that if you were a defendant, you just plead not guilty because you know that your case isn't going to come up for years and the chances of actually facing justice are minimalised. So it's in that extreme state that we have inherited from the benches opposite that radical action is needed. And I would ask, therefore, the front bench, who I know feel as I do about the criminal justice system and want it to work, that will they, when considering Sir Brian's recommendations, will they consider a sunset clause? Because if his recommendations work, there will become a time when we can increase the amount of jury service again.
Minister.
She speaks with a huge amount of authority and personal experience of how our Crown Courts operate. And she, like us, has a commitment to restoring and rebuilding our criminal justice system to what it once was and to a system that is fit for the 21st century and one that the public can have confidence in. And that means adapting our methods, taking on new technologies, becoming more efficient. All of that will come, as we've asked Sir Brian to do, in the second part of his review. I'm not going to preempt the response or give a running commentary on it, but all of these things will be taken into account as we consider our response over the summer.
Sure, Ren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I was on a jury. Now, we all know we need to get the court backlog down, but from my experience at Reading Crown Court, the availability of jurors really wasn't an issue. Many of us were sat there for hours upon hours, and several jurors were dismissed on the Thursday, having never set foot in a courtroom. So, before we move forward in restricting the number of jury trials, what work has the government done to actually understand the utilisation of jurors, see how many of them are actually being used and whether they can be used more effectively?
Minister.
The issue, and I thank him for his service and all those who perform the civic duty of participating in a jury, something which, as I've said, will remain a cornerstone of British justice for the most serious cases. But that is not the issue. The issue is the fact that demand coming into the system simply outstrips the rate at which the courts are able to address and dispose of these cases. What we need to look at is the system capacity, the amount of judicial time, the number of prosecutors, the number of defence lawyers, the availability of suitable court buildings, the availability of ushers, the availability of criminal aid, legal aid. All of that system capacity and getting it working together is what we need to do to address the challenges that others have outlined. And I ought to remind him that not only are 90% of our criminal trials heard in magistrates' court, but it remains a fact that magistrates' courts deliver on average a turnaround of those cases 4 or 5 times faster than it currently takes in the Crown. That is swift justice for victims, and it's why we need to look at whole system reform.
Stop.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituents have a very simple view of the criminal justice system. They want to know that the victims of crime will have their day in court, and they'll want to know that the perpetrators of crime will have a punishment commensurate with the crime that they commit. And that underpins their faith in the system, so they come forward to report crimes. So whilst the party opposite seek to talk down the justice system, can the Minister set out what her and her department are doing to ensure that victims of crime feel confident enough to come forward to report crimes, hopeful that they'll get the outcome that they want?
Minister.
When he speaks so passionately on the part of his constituents, I think what the public asks is something really simple. That if you're unfortunate enough to be a victim of a crime, you expect to have your day in court in a timely fashion, not to be told that you are going to be made to wait for years, that you get your day in court only to find that the trial has become ineffective and put off for yet another year. That undermines people's faith in the system, and that is what's so detrimental about the effect of the neglect and underinvestment of the other side, of the party opposite, because it's been so corrosive of trust in the justice system. It's not simply that we're not delivering swift justice for victims, it's that the public risks losing faith in what has been, to date, one of the glories of this country, which is our justice system.
Sir Julian.
Does the Minister agree that one of the worst features of the US justice system is the extreme process of plea bargaining, which gives such a huge differential if you plead guilty that it creates a perverse incentive to do so even if you're innocent but not confident that you'll be acquitted? Can she guarantee that we are not going down that route with a combination of a 40% discount for pleading guilty coupled with early release for other reasons?
Minister.
The English common law and our commitment to rule of law with our independent judiciary is part of what makes this country great. We're not going to ape the American system or any other system. The fact that Sir Brian Levison's report contains recommendations, including around aspects such as the use of Goodyear indications, is something that we will look at carefully. But we know that our law is robust, and provided we have a justice system that is up to the task of enforcing that law, that is what we are really focused on.
Mr. Speaker, under the Tories last year, 60% of rape victims dropped out of their cases because they were left waiting years for justice. We finally have a Justice Secretary who's put victims first and allocated the highest number of sitting days on record. Given all the outrage from the benches opposite at the size of the backlog, I'm really keen to know what they did. But can the Minister answer what this Labour government are doing to get the victims the justice quicker?
Minister.
Well, she's absolutely right. We talk about sitting days, we talk about backlogs, and it can all sound a little bit arid and academic, but it comes back to people. Yeah. The fact that so many victims of rape and serious sexual offences pull out of the process is testament to the fact the system isn't working. That is the direct consequence of allowing the backlogs to run out of control. We have to keep victims engaged in the process. It's why we've invested specifically in victim services. It's why we're looking to strengthen the Victims Code. But ultimately, what victims want is swift justice. That is why we will take a careful look at Sir Brian's recommendations and do what it takes to bring down that backlog.
Ms. Supple-Roberts.
Magistrates' courts are already under significant stress. 22% of trials do not go ahead on the day they're listed. Removing the right to choose a jury trial for sentences of under 2 years under an intermediate court cannot reverse years of underfunding, the closure of local courts and severe staff shortages, from prosecutors, of course, to defence advocates. The reform of local justice areas consultation proposes to merge 3 North Wales benches against the advice of local magistrates. Does the Minister recognise, therefore, the risk of yet further disruption to justice in Wales?
Minister.
Well, what she has described is how important the role of the Magistrates' Court is going to be, but also the importance of whole system reform. We are not looking as a government to tweaking one aspect, tweaking what goes on in the Magistrates' Court, tweaking what goes on in the Crown Court. Of course, one of the geniuses, if you like, of the Magistrates' Court is the local link. is the fact that it delivers local justice. So we will look at that carefully. But there is no getting away from it. The scale of the problem and what Sir Brian's report tells us today is that we need whole system reform from beginning to end of the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement today and the recognition of the importance of magistrates' courts. Sadly, Harlow Magistrates Court and Chorley Magistrates Court, of course, were closed by the previous government. I recently spoke to a police officer in my constituency of Harlow. He's been a police officer for 3 years. He's being asked to gather evidence to go to court for crimes that were committed before he was even a police officer. I asked the Minister, is it any wonder that victims have lost confidence in the process, in the system? And this government needs to ensure we have fundamental reforms to this process to ensure that people in my constituency of Harlow get the justice they deserve.
And we can reopen the courts of Chorley. They're available.
Well, again, I come back to the fact that this government is investing in our court estate. We've invested an additional £20 million in our court buildings for maintenance and to keep the show on the road. But he's absolutely right. The delays reach a tipping point if we choose to do nothing about it. That is simply not an option. And the obligation on the state is to deliver a fair trial, and timeliness is critical to that, because the longer you wait, the more likely it is that victims will pull out of the system, the evidence becomes undermined because people's memories fade. That's why timeliness and getting the delays down is so critical to the mission that we've got to pursue.
Andrew Stone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, here we go again. Labour always talk tough on crime and then always go soft. And the Minister referred to some defence of this by talking about David Gauke as one of our own, as some defence of that. I can assure you I've probably got more in common with the Minister than I do David Gauke, and that is not a good way to show off your tough on crime credentials. But I have seen firsthand where the courts, the police and the CPS work together to cut through all the bureaucracy, the backlogs, to get tough on crime. In Lancashire, through what Warrior, there's 23 organised crime gang members every single week being taken off the streets, many remanded straight into prison, and the cases going through the courts. So could I plead with the Minister to rule out as soon as possible any of the measures that have been recommended that would see those organised crime gang members potentially not even getting a criminal record?
Minister.
Well, I'm afraid that it's a bit rich to accuse this side of the House of being soft on crime. A party that allows the prisons to run hot. A party that added 500 prison places in 14 years, where we've committed the money for 14,000. It simply just doesn't stand up to scrutiny. And allowing the backlogs in the court to simply run out of control to the point where, again, another of their own, Alex Chalk, points out that the position will become irrecoverable. That's the consequence of doing nothing. Being tough on crime is about rebuilding our criminal justice system. It's about investing in it, it's about investing in prisons, investing in our courts, and delivering on the tough reforms that are going to be required to deliver swifter justice for victims, and getting tough on exactly the sorts of gangs that he describes.
Catherine Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years of Conservative government, victims of rape and serious sexual crimes are waiting years to see justice. It does appear that the Shadow Justice Secretary has recently discovered that our criminal justice system is broken. When does the Minister think he'll discover who broke it?
Minister.
When the Victims Commissioner,
Mr. Stewart, I don't need any challenges from you. And you should know better. You are on the Speaker's panel. I really do think you've got to think about what you're saying, and your behaviour is getting intolerable.
When the Victims Commissioner, the London Victims Commissioner, those who engage and support victims through victim services, tell me that we have to take this opportunity for once-in-a-generation reform because we are letting victims of crimes down, I take that more seriously than any other pleas for change. It's absolutely obvious that the delays of running a system with such record and rising backlogs, the failure to invest, it has consequences on real people's lives. Exactly. People are pulling out of the system, pulling out of the process because they've simply lost faith in it. And I will be thinking of their voices, of the victims, in every day that we look to consider these proposals and as we drive them forward. Failure is not an option.
Testament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have that caution about stripping back jury trials. So I'll ask the government to commit to tackling court backlogs by investing in more court capacity, particularly in Bristol and the West Country, and supporting rehabilitation to stop reoffending and people coming back into the system so quickly. But can I, and also to address the root causes of crime, but can I also ask the Minister to consider that just under the Leveson proposals, there may be space for some of the best examples of the US court system, where some states have next-day hearings for domestic abuse cases, where the courts can catch perpetrators in the window of remorse and they'll recognise their guilt and accept that they need to change.
Minister.
She's right that as we take forward and when we are ready to announce the package of reforms in response to Sir Brian's review, that we consider how we can take forward the best of our existing system and indeed learn from other systems. So whether that's intensive supervision courts, where we've seen some really good results, tackling the root cause of what lies behind crime and engaging in preventative measures, we should be doing all of that. And this is our opportunity. We've reached a point of crisis. We've reached the point of emergency, no more, no less, as a result of the inheritance from the previous government. But we've got to take the opportunity to build back better, a more sustainable, more innovative justice system that the public can have confidence in and that protects the public. That's what we must do. So you're right. We should learn, we should listen and build something better.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alex Chalk, the former Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, as I think members on all sides would agree, is someone who was taken very seriously in this place and whose opinions were taken seriously. Recently, he said, and I quote, "It could conceivably be dealt with by a judge and two wingers to reserve Crown Court for the most serious cases." He also went on to say, and I quote, "It is helpful to look at which cases should be triable either way and which should be summary only." Does she agree with me that it is worth taking note of serious voices like Alex Chalk rather than the opportunism of the shadow justice sector?
Minister.
This issue is far too serious not to take seriously. And when I listen to the voices like the former Lord Chancellor, like the former Lord Chief Justice, Sir Ian Burnett, the Victims Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, all of them saying we've got to take these matters and these recommendations seriously. It's that serious work that this government is going to engage in, and we will not duck the difficult decisions.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. The Minister quite rightly points to the comparative inefficiency between Crown Courts and Magistrates' Courts. But the clear issue here is that we need new technology to be introduced to Crown Courts so that people who are on trial, and indeed the victims, are served faster and quicker and more expediently. The reality is that many of these cases collapse as a result of the evidence not being sufficient and not being brought fast enough. So why is it then that she's allowed the efficiencies part of the Leveson report to be delayed when that could actually bring forward the much needed recommendations that we could action and cut the backlog?
He raises an extremely helpful point, which is how can we improve efficiencies in our courts through the use of technology, including technology that is improving rapidly before our eyes. So, for example, the Ministry of Justice is currently piloting use of AI technology in some of our tribunals for transcription. How could that be utilised and rolled out more widely across the courts and tribunals? He's absolutely right. But Sir Brian, give him his credit, him and his team has worked incredibly fast to produce a detailed, careful and well-evidenced report today. He's going to continue with part 2 of his review. Our job in the Ministry of Justice as we develop our policy thinking will be to bring those two parts of the review together to improve our criminal justice system.
And Goldsborough.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Some may say we're old school in South Norfolk, but I call it common sense. Criminals should be punished and victims should get their day of justice. Simply hoping for more sitting days will fix the Crown Court backlog isn't realistic. So I urge the Minister to be radical and to make sure that we ensure that offenders are punished and victims get their day in court.
Well, I can hear that my honourable friend has taken the liberty of actually reading the report, because what he's identified is the central premise and argument that Sir Brian Leveson, one of our most distinguished judges, makes in the report, which is this: we cannot simply sit our way out of the crisis which we've inherited. We need to consider very carefully structural reform, once-in-a-generation structural reform. Of course, we've got to combine it with investment as well, something which this government is already doing with the 4,000 additional sitting days that we've added over and above what the previous government agreed. So he's absolutely right, investment plus reform.
Colin Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister accept that changes to fundamental rights like trial by jury in one part of the United Kingdom could create serious divergence across jurisdictions and raise questions about equal access to justice for citizens in Northern Ireland, and what would her response be to that?
Minister.
Well, as she well knows, justice is a devolved matter, and it's right that decisions involving justice are taken at the correct level. But I want to assure her of this, and indeed the rest of the House. The state's obligation to provide a fair trial is paramount. And so whether, as is currently the case, one's case is heard in the magistrates without a jury, or whether, as for the most serious cases will continue to be the case, a case is heard but with a jury, the point is the state must deliver a fair trial, and therefore the question of equal access to justice simply will not arise.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Bar Council facilitated a very useful conversation with local barristers in the South West. I think they have some reservations, but I'll leave them to make representations. But one thing that they did say, which I would urge the Minister to feed into to ensure that in provisions of the second half, is around the efficiency of the forensic service and the transfer mechanism to bring prisoners into the courts. Because the delays and inefficiencies there and the contracts that are laid to set out those services can have a material impact on the efficiency of the court service. And I would urge the Minister to make sure that that is focused on, because I think that can make a massive impact. But I have grave concerns about where this is. But I'd finally say, as Chief Secretary, I, against advice, allowed Alex Chalk and his predecessor to make some capital to revenue switches in their budgets to deal with the urgency of this problem. And I hope that's helpful to her in her negotiations with the Treasury going forward.
Minister, good luck.
Well, look, I thank him for his typically helpful and constructive contribution. We're talking here about a system, and there are so many moving parts in that system, which is why we're not going to give an instant response to Sir Brian's review or indeed to some of the points he raises. But it's clear that we've got to get the whole system working. And in that vein, let me address our professions, our criminal bar, who do a sterling job. I too have engaged closely with the Bar Council, with the Criminal Bar Association. We need to do this in collaboration with them. This is going to be a team effort to rebuild our criminal justice system, and we will continue to engage over the summer as we bring together the necessary reforms to bring down the backlogs and deliver swifter justice for victims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sympathise with the Minister's frustration at the Tories' brass neck. There's clearly a crisis in the criminal justice system, and it's clearly of their making. But rather than undermine the jury system, we need to invest in our courts. Does the Minister agree it's all about priorities? Are you going to use your limited budget to build more prisons and simply produce more prisoners, or actually use that limited money to invest in the criminal justice system and restorative justice?
Minister.
Well, as I've made clear, we are investing in those prison places. Only 500 prison places were added in 14 years under the previous government. We have committed money to building 14,000 new prison places, as well as comprehensive sentencing reform. We've also committed investment into our courts, whether that's court maintenance, whether it's additional funding for criminal legal aid, whether it's additional and now record Crown Court sitting days. We are going to make that investment, £450 million worth of it, in our courts. But as Sir Brian Leveson tells us, that is insufficient. That alone will not see the delays to those victims about whom we've heard so much today. It won't see those delays come down. We have got to do what it takes. So that necessitates investment, which we are already beginning to do, and reform.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the bar, I say this plainly. Removing the right to jury trials is a reckless constitutional shortcut. And as the Criminal Bar Association puts it, it is a reform, it's retreat. Does the Minister agree that the right to choose between a jury or judge-led trial must never be denied, and that the real solution lies in investing in the system we have and not dismantling the very foundations?
Minister.
Well, I respect him as a fellow member of the bar, but I also respect the views of Sir Brian Leveson, of the Lord Chief Justice, previous former Lord Chief Justice Sir Ian Burnett, and many august legal minds who themselves have done so much to preserve our fundamental constitutional principles. And what they understand is this: 90% of our current criminal trials don't happen with a jury. But what really is unfair and what really does undermine fundamental constitutional rights is a failure to deliver a timely trial. If you are asking victims of crime, or even those accused of a crime wrongly, to clear their name, to wait 2-3 years of their day in court, that, I believe, is a denial of a constitutional right.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Sir Brian for his work and applaud all efforts to speed up the system. But what reassurance can the Minister give to my constituents who will see a reduction in access to jury trial as the beginning of a slippery edge to ever greater erosion of one of the fundamental liberties and glories of this country?
Minister.
Well, today we're not setting out our policy response to the specific recommendations in Sir Brian's review. What we are recognising is his central thesis, which is at the moment the victims in your constituency are being thoroughly let down by the delays that were allowed to accrue by your own party. And with that in mind, it's clear that what we have to do is make the record investment that we are making, continue to make that investment, but combine it with structural reform, a package of reforms which will drive both efficiency but also fundamentally deliver that swifter justice for victims, which actually I believe we all wish to see.
Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share concerns about delays to justice. No rape victim should ever have to wait 5 years for their day in court, but I am seriously concerned about limiting trial by jury and how that could dent confidence. So I ask the Minister, as you look at these reforms over the summer, please will you consider more serious investment in rehabilitation and resettlement work? The Landworks project in my constituency has a reoffending rate of 5%. If we could roll out this type of work, we would reduce crime, which would relieve backlog on the courts, and then everyone could have their day in court more quickly.
Minister.
The holistic type of support, the preventative interventions that she describes are exactly the sort of provision that we are looking at in combination with the sort of investment and structural reforms that will be needed here. And I know that my colleague in the other place, the Prisons Minister, is taking on board precisely that sort of package of rehabilitation models so that we can break this endless cycle of reoffending.
Nick Timmins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, the Prime Minister rather pathetically told the BBC he was a hard bastard, and I think members of the public would find it surprising that letting criminals out of prison early is a way of showing that he is. The Minister not unreasonably said she wants to have time to consider Sir Brian's recommendations, but it is the case that some things are clear-cut. So can she take this opportunity to just rule out reducing sentences by 40% for criminals who plead guilty?
Minister.
Well, I think the Prime Minister probably is a hard bastard, and I think that we are tough on this side of the House on law and order. It's why we would never allow what the party opposite allowed to happen, which is running our prisons to the brink of collapse, because it's that. It's the fact that at the point at which we inherited the prison system, there was simply not enough places to lock up some of the most serious and dangerous criminals who perpetrated crimes in this country. It's absolutely scandalous. What we're going to do, as he rightly points out, is do the serious business of developing policy and of government. And so we are going to consider the detailed policy recommendations. Of course, we've got to consider how they interact with David Gauke's recommendations. It's got to be knitted together. It's got to be appropriate to deliver swifter justice for victims and to protect the public.
Rupert Lowe, are you on the right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The jury trial has been embedded deeply into the British psyche and indeed into our constitution, really since Henry II, who introduced the jury trial to fairly deal with land disputes. Indeed, it's embedded into the US Constitution through the Sixth Amendment, and it's embedded there to protect against biased judges, oppressive prosecutions, and it's there to safeguard individual liberties. I have severe doubts about our judiciary at the moment. I'm not sure they're going in the right direction. And when I read the adult court bench book, it gives me even greater concerns. The jury trial is already under threat, as you probably know, in defamation cases. So I have three questions. Why does the government appear to be so terrified of decent British people sitting on juries? Are the government intent on further undermining the jury trial? And if they are, in any way, will they please undertake to have a full debate in this House before it happens?
Minister.
Well, first of all, if you'd heard my earlier answers, I made clear that the jury trial will remain a cornerstone of British justice for the most serious cases. Sir Brian Leveson, in his review, talks about whether it's appropriate and proportionate to have a jury trial, for example, in some of the most complex fraud cases. He also considers whether it's proportionate in cases where, say, for example, someone steals a bottle of whiskey. Is it appropriate to have a full jury trial with all the cost, expense and delay, which means that somebody who perhaps is a victim of rape is waiting 2-3 years for their day in court and means that that day will never come. But what I can undertake, as I said in opening, is that when we are ready with our package of reforms and response to this review, we will return to this House and a full debate can be had.
Richard Tolan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The jury system is essential to protect us against oppressive judges, malicious individuals, sometimes malicious police officers, or even governments. The Minister speaks of the most serious cases, but isn't it the case, actually, that the most serious impact on individuals can be not from necessarily what she may regard as the most serious cases, but any case which goes to court, because the impact on the individual can totally change the course of someone's life, even if the charge perhaps isn't as serious as she might consider it to be, because the impact it can have can be devastating on their family life, on their career, or all other aspects of a person's future.
Minister.
Well, as he knows, and as I said earlier, 90% of cases in this country already happen without a jury. No one says that that is not delivering justice of the highest robustness and integrity. And indeed, I'll pick him up on his comment, and indeed earlier comments, denigrating the integrity and independence of our judiciary. You won't hear that sort of criticism from this side of the House. No. Our judiciary is in fact one of the prides of this country. It's actually why people so respect the rule of law, why the UK is such a great place to do business. I won't talk the judiciary down. We need them, we respect them, and on this side of the House we'll adhere to that.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Secretary talks about the need to expedite trials for the sake of victims of crime, and she is absolutely right. As she considers these proposals from Sir Brian Leveson, will she also take into account those who are innocent, who stand wrongly accused and who are having to wait anxious years for their day in court?
Minister.
He makes a very, very good point, which is that whilst our focus is on victims of crime who are waiting, some cases, years for their day in court, on the other side of the coin, those defendants accused of a crime, perhaps wrongly, waiting to clear their name, that can have a devastating effect. It's really what he describes is the human impact of the delays that have accrued as a result of the backlogs which we inherited from the party opposite.
Mr. Speaker, as a barrister working in criminal courts, I've often addressed the jury in closing speeches by saying, members of the jury, we have the best legal system in the world. And it's the best because you make it that. You bring your wisdom, you bring your life experiences, your common sense, and you apply it to the facts in this case. And before you decide a verdict of guilty, bear in mind that if you or a member of your family was sat in that box, in that defendant's seat, you would need to be sure before you return that verdict of guilty. Because as a peer, that's an obligation upon you. Now, I get the Minister's point that justice delayed is justice denied. But equally, Mr. Speaker, there is the principle of justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. And where we have Sir Brian Livingston given a basic mandate that we need to speed up jury trials or get a result, that's just going to eliminate the very fundamental principles and cornerstone of our legal system. Does the Minister agree with that?
The jury trial, as I've said, will remain a cornerstone, a pillar of our justice system for the most serious cases. But what Sir Brian Leveson tells us in his report, in the opening pages, is that the current system is broken, and he uses the word essential. He says reform of the system will be essential because whilst we rightly take pride in the principles that underpin our criminal justice system, the fact is, at the moment, it simply is not working. It's letting down those whom it's intended to serve and those who serve within the system. We've got to fix that, and that's why we will take our time and then we will act on the programme of reforms that Sir Brian Leveson has recommended today.
Jim Allister.
Speaker, in Northern Ireland, for over 50 years, we have had judge-only trials in terrorist cases, probably for understandable reasons. All non-terrorist cases have been jury trials. In my professional life, at the bar, both the junior and the senior bar, I have practiced before all those courts. And the experience that that gives confirms to me very firmly the belief that public confidence is most attainable when we have jury trials. Irrespective of how cautious, of how diligent a judge is, judges can get case hardened. And that is the source of why public confidence rests most in the jury system. And therefore, would the Minister agree that the key determinant here in retaining jury trial is whether the offence is an indictable offence or not? And if it's an indictable offence, then the first port of call must be a jury trial.
Minister. Well, I respect his wealth of experience before our different sorts of court, but I also respect the wealth of experience that Sir Brian Leveson has brought to bear in his review, and what he identifies is that whilst for certain cases a jury trial will always be appropriate, not least for the reasons that the Honourable Gentleman has outlined, we have to take a proportionate response, because if we are offering up jury trials to all sorts of cases, it means that certain victims and indeed defendants are having to wait far too long for their day in court. And as it stands, the vast majority, 90% of criminal trials in this country already happen without a jury. It's why we have to consider very carefully where to draw the line. That's what the government will be doing this summer.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is held in the highest esteem by us all in this chamber from both sides, and that's never in doubt. in relation to where we are with this question today. The British justice system is the envy of justice systems across the whole of the... Indeed, it probably set the example for the rest of the justice systems that there is. So I pose a question, if I can, Minister, with the utmost respect, if I can ask you this question, please. The Minister will understand the reluctance of any member in this House to restrict the right to a jury of your peers, and the movement of justice from a multi-person jury to a one-person jury. Does the Minister not believe that we must look at extending court days and the other interim measures rather than changing the course of justice which has served well and which most democracies base their very justice system on? Thanks so much.
Minister.
Well, he will know that the respect felt across this House and by myself is absolutely reciprocated, and it's why we have taken on the challenge, rather than sit idly by, of increasing investment in a record number of Crown Court sitting days, 4,000 additional sitting days above the level agreed by the previous government, increased investment in our criminal legal aid system to build capacity to man all these additional trials to meet the demands coming into the system. But the clear lesson from Sir Brian's report, the key conclusion that he has delivered today and which we will take firmly on board, is that continuing to try to sit our way out of the crisis is not sufficient. Essential, then, is that we do reform as well, and we will take the time necessary to consider what that looks like.
That concludes the urgent question. Point of order, Saoirse Eastwood.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ministers will be aware that I have raised concerns about the treatment and detention of Lee Stinton, a British national and son of Elaine and Edward Stinton, my constituents in Lagan Valley. He was detained by US Immigration and Customs Enforcement while travelling to work in Key West, Florida. He has built a life there for himself. Now this has all come to an end in the most awful of circumstances in Crone Detention Centre. I am grateful for the support offered to date by the FCDO. Are you aware of ministers seeking to make a statement on this matter? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I am grateful for notice of that point of order, but I have not been made aware of any request for a statement. The honourable member has put her concerns on the record. We now move to the 10-minute rule motion. Chris Blaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require schools to maintain an allergy management policy, to require schools to hold a supply of adrenaline auto-injections for treating allergic reactions and anaphylactics, to require allergy training for staff in schools and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the Minister for being in his place and his constant dialogue on this issue. But as he knows, I am not the first to raise the inadequacies of our current laws on protecting children with allergies in our schools. Many honourable members across this House have spoken on the issue, yet horrific incidents and countless near misses continue. Allergies are something many of us have experience of. 1 in 3 people in the UK now lives with an allergic disease. Hospital admissions for allergic reactions have risen by 160% in the past 20 years, and 50% of children are now affected by at least one allergic condition. Every year, approximately 43,000 new cases of childhood allergies require care. Studies show that the incidence of food allergies in England nearly doubled between 2008 and 2018, with a prevalence of 4% among preschool children. At school, food allergies affects around 2 children in every classroom. Children spend a significant time of their lives at school, and 80% of food allergy reactions happen there, including a quarter of first-time anaphylactic reactions. Many children who have had prior severe reactions are not prescribed their auto-injector, and many first-time reactions occur at school. So reliance solely on children carrying pre-prepared medication is dangerous. With an ever-growing number of children requiring allergy care, it has never been more vital that the place we entrust with our children, the school, where we drop them off every day, is a safe and secure environment. But too often, it isn't. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot comprehend the pain that some families have had to endure because they have lost a child. That is a grief as a father that I can't ever hope to experience. But I do know that when current guidance and legislation allows a patchwork of different standards in our schools, we can and must do better. There is a glaring lack of consistency across schools in the UK regarding allergy management. There's a 50-50 chance that a school that your child goes to would have a spare adrenaline auto-injector pen available. There's a 55% chance that no training has been provided to staff on managing allergies in school or on trips, and a 1 in 4 chance that staff have had no training on how to identify allergy symptoms or what to do in an emergency. Furthermore, there is a 1 in 6 chance that a school does not have an individual healthcare plan for pupils with allergies, and a 1 in 3 chance that a school does not have an allergy policy at all. A 1 in 3 chance also exists that near misses of allergy incidents are not recorded anywhere. With the prevalence of allergies rising and a steep increase in hospitalisations due to allergic reactions, we must act to change this unacceptable status quo. School staff deserve to know how to prevent allergic reactions and be prepared to manage them if then a horrendous incident occurred. Children deserve to learn in a safe and inclusive environment, and parents deserve the confidence to send their children to school knowing that adequate measures are in place. The School Allergy Safety Bill would require all schools to have an allergy policy in place. Currently, 70% of schools lack basic protections, and 1 in 3 schools have no allergy policy in place. Introducing these policies would create a whole school approach to allergy safety, making it everyone's responsibility to embed good allergy practices and know their role in protecting children. This would include how to manage allergies on a day-to-day basis in classrooms, playgrounds and dining rooms, ensuring that children with allergies are not excluded but supported in an inclusive school environment. Madam Deputy Speaker, without these policies, children with allergies often miss out on opportunities. The Natasha Allergy Research Foundation found that 70% of parents reported their allergic child had missed school due to their allergy, sometimes driven by anxiety. Children should never miss learning opportunities out of fear, and this bill can help change that. Alongside allergy policies, the bill requires allergy training for school staff, enabling them to create a safe environment. Research from NASWT and the Natasha Allergy Research Foundation shows 7% of school staff have not received any allergy awareness training. The bill would provide guidance on adapting classroom practices to reduce risk, ensuring safe and inclusive activities, understanding the mental health impacts of food allergies, and how to respond in those emergencies. The bill also mandates that schools carry spare adrenaline auto-injectors so that if a reaction occurs, staff have both the medication and training to take swift action. When every second counts, this simple step could be life-saving. Auto-injectors should be treated like defibrillators. They should be accessible and accompanied by a trained member of the staff. Although there are examples of good practice without a national framework, it is a postcode lottery whether a child will attend a school with adequate training, policies and vital medication. This inequality leads to missed school days, unnecessary emergency visits, bullying and lower attainment. Providing spare pens, training and policies to every school removes that lottery. Safety should not depend on a child's location or their family's income. Current legislation is insufficient. Schools in England follow statutory guidance such as supporting pupils with medical conditions at school and the early years foundation stage, but neither explicitly mandates safeguards for pupils with allergies. The Benedict Blythe Foundation highlights that this lack of clear expectation leads to wide variations in allergy safety across this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, the 3 pillars of this bill, staff training, allergy policies and spare adrenaline auto-injectors, can save lives. These recommendations come from coroner's reports after tragic incidents. We must learn and fill these gaps to create a fairer, safer school experience for all children. Too many teachers lack the knowledge they need, don't have the support they deserve, and too many children with allergies are still not offered a safe, fit-for-purpose environment to learn. I hope today, after an awful lot of talking, we can get on with the doing.
Yeah. The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Tahir Ali, Sarah Coombs, Kat Eccles, Sarah Edwards, Amanda Hack, Becky Gittins, Jodie Gosling, Lee Ingham, Alicia Kearns, Dave Robertson, Gareth Snell MP, sorry, and myself.
Chris Blaw.
Schools Allergy Safety Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of September.
Friday the 12th of September. Motion number 2 on property, digital assets, etc. Bill Lords. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill Committee. Now.
Order.
Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should address the chair as should not address the chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the chair. Madam Chair, Chair, Madam Chairman, or for Sir Roger, Mr Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with amendment number 39 to clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the existing provisions of the bill and all amendments and new clauses that have been selected. I call Sian Berry to move amendment 39.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When 1 in 5 people receiving universal credit and disability benefits have used a food bank in the last month, when the disability premium laid out by Scope has reached £1,095 per month, here in Parliament we must do better than this bill before us today. Madam Chair, when the Pathways to Work Green Paper has terrified so many of our constituents, and when the basic rate of universal credit cannot cover the basic essentials, here in Parliament we must do better than this bill before us today. Madam Chair, when the ultra-rich are orders of magnitude away from the tough choices disabled people face, when we have such a deeply unequal society already, and a wealth tax would break no manifesto commitments, here in Parliament, we must do better than this bill before us today. From the Green Paper to where we are now, the government's behaviour has been an insult to disabled people, and I think it should be ashamed and apologise. My constituents who receive benefits and the people who love and care for them have been subjected to chaos, confusion and indignity. And instead of making improvements with careful consideration to what is a complex and treacherous benefit system, the government has rushed to fit the imperatives of the budget timetable, bypassing evidence gathering and line-by-line scrutiny in a committee of this House, and further limiting the power of the other place by making this a money bill.
Honourable Lady, give way on that point.
Yes, not just yet. Yes, a tremendous effort of people power and bravery from members opposite has won last-minute concessions for current claimants. But still, the government should scrap this unfair and harmful legislation due to the harm it will do to future people who find themselves in need of support.
On that very point.
This bill is not a tough decision. It is the wrong decision. Here in Parliament, we must do better than this bill before us today, and I will give way to my
Can I commend the Honourable Lady on what she's bringing forward? I think that today is probably the crux of where we are in relation to this bill. But does the Honourable Lady accept that the reason people get more money when they qualify for the health element of universal credit is because their illness means more expenditure, perhaps even a certain diet, a need for a warmer home, etc. And does the Honourable Lady not then accept that to half that amount down to 217 will detrimentally affect the most vulnerable of people, the very people the Honourable Lady says we should be trying to help?
I thank the Honourable Member for giving those examples of the vital things that additional payments are used for and why they are so necessary, and it's so necessary not to cut them. My Amendment 39 affects Clause 1, the only at all positive clause of the bill as it stands now. This clause currently uplifts the rate of increase in the standard allowance of universal credit beyond inflation by 2.3% in the year starting April 2026, rising to 4.8% for 2029. My amendment, quite simply, sets the uplift percentage at 4.8% for the whole period. This sustained rise in the basic rate of universal credit is much needed, setting out the case for an essentials guarantee. Trussell and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation say The basic rate of universal credit should at least cover the cost of essentials like food, household bills and travel, but it is not currently set according to any objective assessment of what people need. My assessment 39 goes some way towards this, and the joint briefing to MPs from 20 charities, service providers and disabled people's groups highlights it in its recommendations. Now, I realise that the question on many people's minds at this moment is, how can the country pay for this boost to universal credit and the removal of cuts to PIP? And the answer lies with the Chancellor, and something my Green colleagues and I have called for many times, and especially on this issue, ever since the Secretary of State introduced the Green Paper. On that day, the 18th of March, I asked why impoverishing disabled people to the tune of £5 billion is a higher priority than a simple wealth tax. And the Honourable Member for Eltham and Chislehurst, the Honourable Member for Liverpool Riverside and the Honourable Member for Liverpool West Derby also spoke up for that same measure that same day. Many Honourable Members have also asked these questions in the House. But it isn't just MPs suggesting this. And it isn't just charities like Oxfam and the Equality Trust, and it isn't just campaigners like Tax Justice UK and Green New Deal Rising. And it isn't just patriotic millionaires who say their polling shows 85% of people who have more than £10 million would happily pay 2% of their wealth to support a better society and public services. No, it is also two former leaders of the Labour Party who are now talking about this as a serious option. There are, I should say, other ways to look at taxing unearned wealth as a wider package than this simple proposal that is making unlikely allies of Greens, millionaires and Labour leaders. But when fairer taxes on assets that absolutely can work and should work for the nation are finally being put into the budget, I think that the view of this House is clear, that the cuts target in the spreadsheet for the Department for Work and Pensions should be the first to go, including the two-child benefit cap as well. So that is how we should pay for the improvements needed to this bill. I would happily give it.
Well, given I'm a great believer in a wealth tax rather than taking money from disabled people. Simple as, bottom line. Would my honourable friend say how the Greens, what the wealth tax would look like as far as the Green Party is concerned?
I thank the honourable member for that question. Indeed, I've referred to the patriotic millionaires, and they have done some extensive work on this with their considerable resources, and they have set out a 2% wealth tax on people with more than £10 million in wealth. And they also have polled this with the general public. They have found that 75% of the general public hugely support this measure as well, not just as an alternative to cuts to welfare, but also as a general principle.
Someone else should pay.
Madam Chair, Clause 1 would be made into a genuinely good policy by Amendment 39, but this change alone will not make it a bill this House should pass. And removing Clause 5, as Amendment 4 from the Government proposes, will not be enough either for a bill this House should pass. Clause 2, even once amended by the Government, would cut in half the health element of universal credit for 9 in 10 new claimants. And I will speak later about the severe conditions criteria and fluctuating conditions. So, without Amendment 2A proposed by the Honourable Member for Leeds East, Clause 2 should be removed from the bill. Clause 3 would freeze the health elements of universal credit for the rest of this Parliament, so Clause 3 should also be removed from the bill. And parts 2 and 3 from Clause 4 would freeze legacy benefits for disabled people, so these parts should be removed from the bill, as my Amendment 40 would do. Madam Chair, what I am saying is that a bill that consists just of a much improved Clause 1 and possibly a much improved Clause 2 would almost be a bill this House could, in conscience, pass. And we do have the choice to craft such a bill today. And as well as these changes, amendments like Amendment 12 from the Honourable Member for Torbay are needed too. And there are some new clauses that would help make it even more fit for purpose. Madam Chair, the vital principle we must stand up for today is that any policy changes about disabled people must be led by disabled people. On the day the Green Paper was published, I also raised co-production with the Secretary of State, and this word has been much talked about by many others with experience in co-producing policy and talked about by the government, thanks to strong campaigners and pressure from other MPs.
On that point,
I'd happily give way.
I fully agree with the member's statement in regards to that co-production, but also co-design as well in regards to any statement that or change that can come forward. But would the member agree with me that it's crucial that young people are also included because of the conditions that they face as well, and especially that challenge when they move from children's DLA into PIP and the transition there that the Minister still hasn't addressed.
I thank the Honourable Member greatly for that intervention. Indeed, when I've gathered together young people in my own constituency, the issues they face are quite unique and their voices absolutely must be heard. So now the government has said it is committed to co-produce the TIMS review with disabled people and disabled people's organisations. But disabled people's organisations like Disability Rights UK have told us that such promises are hard to trust. They fear a tick-box exercise, co-production in name only, and that the government's original plans are the inevitable result. That is why I have signed new clause 8 from the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington, as well as new clause 11 from the Honourable Member for Penistone and Stockbridge. And if clause 2 in its schedule remains, then the severe conditions criteria simply cannot stand as written. It appears either the government meant to exclude people with fluctuating lifelong conditions like Parkinson's or MS from the higher rate of the universal credit health element, or ministers completely overlooked this community when rushing all this through. I say criteria that would withdraw support from people with fluctuating conditions are unacceptable, and that is why I've signed Amendment 38 from the Honourable Member for York Central and Amendment 17 from the Honourable Member for Dunfermline and Dollar. The severe conditions criteria also say any diagnosis must be made within the NHS, which again seems either careless drafting or a deliberate restriction. And so I've also signed Amendment 33 from the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North. To close, Madam Chair, today I am trying to bring to this House the voices of disabled people in Brighton Pavilion and across the nation who are closely watching what we do today. So many of our constituents remain scared by this bill, right from the day of the sudden and careless release of the Green Paper, with terrifying policy details that were not in the Labour manifesto. They have been forced into a cruel limbo, and it is shameful that this government has chosen this path. A Labour government showing itself far more willing to punish disabled people than ask the most wealthy to shoulder the burden of fair public spending on real social security. And I am so proud of the people power that has been brought to bear on this bill to date. Action by disabled people and their allies has forced MPs to listen and take action, and forced this government to withdraw the most brutal cuts. But still, the bill before us today remains unacceptable without the serious amendments I have outlined, and I look forward to hearing much sense, including what the United Nations has told us from the many honourable members in this debate who share my values. My Green colleagues and I are ready to do all in our power to minimise the consequences of this bill, to make it do good, not harm, and ultimately, if not, to see it fall. And I hope the government will truly learn from the cruel mess this has all become.
Amendment 39 proposed to clause 1 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. And I call Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak to my amendment 2B and the amendments associated with this. But before I get into the substance of this, I'd like to thank the Bill Committee clerks for their invaluable advice and for the amendment drafting expertise as well. But could I also thank the dozens of disabled people, their organisations, disability charities, academics and think tanks who provided evidence to the Work and Pension Select Committee Pathways to Work inquiry. And of course I'd like also to acknowledge the clerk's team, and particularly the Deputy Clerk who has led that inquiry. The importance of select committees in improving government policy is of immense importance and cannot be underestimated. As I said last week, there is general recognition that the social security system needs reform. But reform shouldn't be equated to cuts and support to vulnerable people. There are many positive measures in the Pathways to Work Green Paper and the Get Britain Working White Paper, which I believe will have a significant and positive impact on people's lives, helping people into work and stay in work. But there's also evidence of the impact other government departments will have on getting and keeping Britain working. For example, increasing NHS capacity and the funding allocation to areas of high health need will have a direct and positive impact on health status, their participation in the labour market, and ultimately productivity in these areas. The 2018 Health for Wealth report estimated that increasing NHS spending by 10% and targeting this at areas of high health need would reduce economic inactivity by 3% and increase productivity by 13.2 billion a year. But although we have launched the NHS 10-year plan and the many positive measures in this, the additional targeted NHS capacity won't come on stream until April next year. Similarly, Sir Charlie Mayfield's review on keeping Britain working will hopefully set out how we can realign our labour market to address the disability employment gap, including retaining skilled workers who become sick or disabled. But that won't be published until the autumn of later this year. It will take a lot longer than 6 months to make the cultural changes needed to address the inequalities in employment many disabled people face. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, for each disability confident role across the country, there are currently 121 people on incapacity benefits such as UC Health. In more affluent areas, more jobs are available, but in more deprived former industrial areas, it's much worse, with 1 job for 333 disabled people. That's why my Amendment 2B and the associated amendments are seeking to delay the introduction of changes to UC Health from April 2026 to November 2026 at a cost of £141 million. That would be in terms of the reduction in savings that the government has previously estimated for. This is to allow for the NHS capacity to ramp up and to ensure funding follows health need, so that people with newly acquired conditions or impairments can receive early treatment, a better aligned labour market that will enable them to return to work quickly. Without this, there is the risk that 45,000 more newly disabled people and their children will be pushed into poverty. I acknowledge and thank the government for the concessions that they made over the last couple of weeks, and which allowed many of us to support this bill at second reading. Just to clarify, Madam Chair, these concessions include the protection of existing PIP claimants and the removal of the reference for new PIP claimants needing to achieve 4 points of their assessment through the deletion of Clause 5, that's Government's 4 amendment. Instead, from November 2026, new claimants will take part in a new assessment, an outcome from the TIM's PIP review, which will be co-produced with disabled people and their organisations. I will do.
And thank you very much. I know that one of the things that I get, and probably other MPs in this House get, is the issue of decisions made on PIP applications, universal credit applications and ESA applications, all the applications, and they tell me continuously that there's a harshness in how the decision is made. Does the Honourable Lady share my concern? And my concern is that those harsh decisions, they should have experts looking at it and should be compassion and understanding when it comes to making those decisions. Does she agree with me? That's the sort of system we need for the people that we represent.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention. I do agree we need a more compassionate system, but I also believe that we need to have a system that's co-produced by the people that are actually going to be affected by a new assessment process. So I think, yes, a more compassionate system, but I think that will be built in by the people that undertake the co-production of that new assessment. If I could continue, I was to set out the co-production of the review by putting it on the face of the bill. And I hope the Minister can address that in his remarks. As such, I'm supporting new Clause 11 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Penistone and Stockton. In addition, the Government has also agreed to protect people on UC Health with severe conditions or a terminal diagnosis, both existing and new claimants, and ensure that their awards will be uprated annually in real terms. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and like her, of course, I also welcome some of the concessions that were given at the last minute last week. But does she not share my concerns, in particular the point around UC Health? There is still £2 billion in cuts that will still impact over 700,000 people, meaning they will get £3,000 less, and these are some of the most vulnerable people.
Well, let's be clear. This is applying particularly to newly acquired conditions, and my argument is, by delaying it, we can ensure that people with a newly acquired disability or a condition can receive the treatment and care quickly if we ensure that the NHS ramps up its treatment process. So that's my argument. I don't think it's ideal, but I think it's a reasonable compromise which I hope the government will listen to. Let me continue. So both in terms of in terms of severe conditions, that people with new and existing severe conditions will be protected, and this I understand is covered in Government Amendments 2 and New Clause 1. There was significant evidence of the potential harms that disabled people would have experienced if the bill had remained in its previous form. The concessions that were made over the last couple of weeks have addressed that, and I applaud the government for that. It was definitely the right thing to do when this evidence was provided. When our fiscal rigidity, though, is set to cause harm and undermine what we're trying to do in the longer term, it is right that we think again, and I do urge the government to consider my amendments. But there is also strong evidence that the government will make savings in social security spending in the long term. In terms of case flows, case off flows will be achieved naturally, as I've mentioned before, in terms of the additional capacity in the NHS, the realignment of the labour market, and of course the bringing forward of employment support. Thank you.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate. The bill, as you know, is being rushed through by a Labour government desperate to paper over the cracks of an economy which it itself has brought to a shuddering halt. And so many of the questions that are coming before the House at the moment result from that economic flatlining and the flailing of a government which casts around desperately to see how it can get itself off that economic hook. Put simply, this bill is unaffordable. The Prime Minister's latest concessions to his unruly and now happy and victorious backbenchers has left the Exchequer with a £5 billion gap to plug. And this inevitably means higher taxes for hard-working families already feeling the pinch. And far too few of those voices will be heard today. Too often in this House, the whole debate is consumed with how more spending is a better thing, how it can always be afforded, and no responsible decisions need to be made. That was the decision of the backbenchers of the party opposite. It wrested away from the front bench control of one of the flagships of this government's agenda and leaves the government now like some great, massively endowed as it is with members of Parliament, like some gigantic ship that has lost all power and propulsion, sitting listing at sea, waiting for the next wave to come along. And as we know in this chamber, that the next wave that comes along and buffets from the left this Labour government is all too often the Honourable Lady, who I'm happy to give way to now.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I hope he's not suggesting in his comments that those hard-working families who use PIP to be able to get to work are not voices that we should hear in this chamber.
Yeah. Well, I would absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady that we should consider people like that. I think of the lady who came to see me on Saturday at my street surgery, who's concerned about the PIP process and, from her point of view, the brutality of it and the way she and her husband, who has a degenerative progressive disease for which there is no cure, are put through the ringer in order to justify, which to anyone with any common sense could see is a situation which clearly deserves support. But the Honourable Lady will be aware of the mushrooming in the claims by those with various levels of mental health challenges, far greater than previously. And ultimately, we must balance looking after people with degenerative progressive diseases in a humane and civilised manner by also making sure that we have a system which cuts out fraud, which seeks to minimise those who don't need aid, seeking it and getting it. And if only we could have a system in which people didn't claim for money which they don't deserve and need, we would be able to look after the people which I think, in one area of commonality between the Honourable Lady and myself, both she and I would want to see fairer and more generous treatment of people in that position. I will happily give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the reduction in investment in the NHS and in the mental health service support for the people of our country has led to an epidemic of people who've had to wait for support for sometimes nearly 2 years, which increases their condition and makes it harder for them to recover and go back to their normal daily life at work. And that also has increased demand on PIP.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his contribution. We, on this, I should say, side, and these days corner of the House, as Conservatives, we know that throwing money at a problem without proper safeguards is not leadership, it's not generous, it's not kind. It is in fact an abrogation of responsibility, and it is economic negligence. So let me be clear. This bill in its current form locks in billions of pounds of additional welfare spending year after year. Under the current Chancellor, we've already seen Britain's debt interest forecast soar and the bond market's jittery, more than jittery, charging far more than after the mini-budget to which members opposite so love to refer. And inflation, of course, has proven stubbornly high. Now we have yet another unfunded spending commitment, with no plan to pay for it except reaching deeper into taxpayers' pockets. The Chancellor might not say it outright, but families in Beverley and Holderness and across the country know exactly where this ends up, with them paying more. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister can indulge in his favourite hobby of U-turning and U-turning his way throughout his time in office. But that is not governing in the national interest, which is exactly what he promised to do. It is the latest example of the Prime Minister bending to pressure from the left of his party, so well represented on the benches opposite today, desperate as he is to shore up support for a drifting government which has lost now all propulsion. Instead of fixing the underlying problems in our economy, which was promised, the foundations, if you remember those phrases so oft repeated, Labour has chosen the easy political route for it. Higher spending, higher borrowing, and inevitably higher taxes. Not on some mythical class of super-rich people which the Greens like to propose. No, on ordinary men and women. People who get up in the morning, work hard, and look after themselves and recognise personal responsibility as a central tenet of their lives, and that needs to be a central tenet of our political lives. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why I've tabled 2 amendments to this bill. The first, Amendment 41, ensures that Parliament retains control over future annual above-inflation increases. It means that the House of Commons must explicitly approve continuing these rates beyond 2027 to 2028, protecting against open-ended commitments that we cannot afford. The second, new Clause 9, requires the Government to report on fraud and error arising from the provisions which we are debating today. Given the scale of welfare fraud we have seen in recent years, it already costs the taxpayer more than £8 billion. It's only right that we get a proper handle on where taxpayers' money is actually going. Together, I would happily give way if there were members opposite who had an interest in controlling the public finances. If there were members opposite who wanted to show responsibility with the public finances, not running up the national credit card irresponsibly, which is their want. And those efforts by the front bench opposite have now come to naught. They have given into their backbenches, and they no longer have any control or say on the direction of this government. Together, these straightforward safeguards to protect the public purse will be there and help reduce waste and misuse. Now, I have no doubt that the Secretary of State will stand up today and try to paint this as a fair and measured bill. And members opposite can shout and scream in frustration, but they will have their time to speak, Madam Deputy Speaker. But in reality, this is not a fair and measured bill. It achieves nothing but a two-tier benefit system, unfunded spending commitments, and ultimately higher taxes for ordinary working people. And it's telling that the Secretary of State has not matched these spending increases with robust plans to tackle fraud and error, or indeed tie any uplifts with measures to help people back into work. In short, she has failed to ensure that there are clear performance measures in place in order to guarantee value for money for the taxpayer. Without that, taxpayers will continue on their slippery slope of simply paying more while getting less. And if the honourable gentleman, so energetically rising from his place, can tell us how he is committed to making sure that the public finances of this country are kept in a healthy state, the House looks forward with bated breath.
I'm really intrigued, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the honourable member suggested that he has a concern about tackling fraud and responsibility in public finances. Can he tell us where he was under the last government when fraud in the benefit system hit its highest level ever seen in the history of the UK social security system? Where are his references in Hansard? Where was he on bill committees and in this House when that fraud was soaring? And where was he when this government began passing legislation to tackle that horrific level of irresponsible fraud in the benefit system?
Within 12...
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that as the benefit system grows, the likelihood is that fraud will grow within it. But I applaud all efforts to crack down on fraud, and that's what I'm calling for. Greater efforts by the front bench to do that. But he knows that it is those on the back benches that now are calling the shots, not those sitting on the front bench. Ultimately, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, all roads lead back to the Treasury. The truth is that this bill is not the product of serious policy making, neither in its inception nor in its eventual outcome now, gutted and filleted as it has been by a triumphant left within the Labour Party. It is the product, instead, of panic, a rushed response to economic pressures caused by a feeble Chancellor who has brought the economy to a halt. It's been written not with reform in mind, but rebellion in the rear-view mirror. And the result is a muddled, mean-spirited piece of legislation that satisfies no one, least of all the vulnerable people who will suffer under it, or the British taxpayer who will pay for it. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's right to bring it back to the vulnerable people who would be impacted. The honourable member will know that the devastating impact of cancer on many families, 1 and 2, face the reality of a cancer diagnosis. Young cancer lives via cancer have said that it costs on average £700 a month in costs and £6,000 loss in annual income. Would he agree with me that this current bill will ensure that these people don't get the high rate universal credit health element, and that will be devastating for many cancer patients right across this country?
Well, the honourable lady is absolutely right to highlight the plight of cancer sufferers and the need to have a system which is more generous to those who genuinely need it, but is also tougher in making sure that the funding goes there to the places where it is most required. Under this Chancellor, as we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain risks a return to the same old Labour habits. Spend today, tax tomorrow, and leave the mess for someone else to clear up. We saw it under Gordon Brown. We're seeing it again today. The public deserve better than another Labour tax and spend spiral that leaves less money in their pockets and less resilience in our economy. The bill in its current form is a short-term fix with long-term costs. It fails to tackle fraud, fails to address getting people back into work. Despite all the protestations that came from ministers that it had anything to do with that, it does not. fails to guarantee value for money, and fails working families by paving the way for inevitable tax rises. If Labour wants to be taken seriously on economic credibility, it needs to start by showing some discipline on spending, not indulging in a spending spree that Britain simply can't afford. The Prime Minister promised a serious government. Remember that? A grown-up government. Yet here we are, debating a confused, divisive bill whose main achievement so far is to split the Prime Minister's own benches. If the Honourable Lady wants to tell me this isn't confused, it isn't divisive, and it hasn't been driven by the ructions on the backbenches, I look forward to hearing from her.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. The Right Honourable Gentleman, or the Honourable Gentleman, will understand that it's for me to decide what my intervention is.
Here.
My intervention is to say that I was very pleased to hear him sticking up for people who really need help. So which clause of his amendment actually makes it better for people who need help?
Well, the Honourable Lady should recognise that looking after the public finances, minimising fraud and ensuring that this House keeps control of public expenditure is exactly in the interests of the most vulnerable, because who will it be, Madam Deputy Speaker, who will pay the highest price as this economic spiral goes downwards? Who will it be? It'll be who it always is under a Labour government. Ordinary working people, and then the increasing numbers of the unemployed and vulnerable and disabled people. They're always the one that pay the price for a Labour government. When the Labour government last left power in 2010, youth unemployment was up by 45%. 45%. That was the record of vulnerable young people who are more vulnerable to the negative impacts of unemployment than anything else. And it is them who are always let down by a Labour government, and always let down most of all by a Labour government which isn't run by those with some sense of public finance control, but by backbenchers who are out of control. I'll happily give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And would you not agree with me that it's 14 years of a Conservative government that led us to a 29% disability employment gap, a 17% pay gap, 4 million disabled people in poverty, and the UN telling this government over its first half of that decade that it failed almost on every single commitment in the Convention on the Rights of Disabled People?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, who I respect a great deal. She will be aware that the last Conservative government saw millions more disabled people coming into the employment market. I think around 2.5, possibly as many as 3 million more disabled people entering the employment market and having the dignity of work. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer have no credible plan to get our economy growing. Hard-working families in Beverley and Holderness and right across the country deserve better than another Labour government chasing short-term headlines at the cost of long-term economic growth and stability.
I call Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's chaos in Climb Down has been overshadowed by events of the last 48 hours. The impact assessment of last night shows that £2 billion is still to be stripped for up to 750,000 sick and disabled people by 2030 through slashing the health element of universal credit in two. By the end of this Parliament, someone will lose around £3,000 a year because these reforms, and also those with fluctuating conditions. If that were not bad enough, the UN Human Rights Office of the High Commission has waded in to protect disabled people, where this Labour government has not. I believe that international laws and conventions must be upheld, but this government is now under investigation for breaches. No matter what spin, to pass the bill tonight, this will leave such a stain on our great party, founded on values of equality and justice, that the only way out is to withdraw clauses 2 and 3, so breaches of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities are upheld. Their contention is my contention. Sick and disabled people have not been consulted. If someone has a fluctuating physical or mental health condition like multiple sclerosis, schizophrenia, cystic fibrosis, or a recurring musculoskeletal condition, if following a period of remission and work, then relapsed and returning to universal credit, unless unequivocally stated, they will return onto the pittance of £50 a week for their health element. I'm happy to give way.
In my constituency of Birmingham Perry-Barr, we have some of the highest unemployment, 17%, 4 times the national average. Many of them get this health element. Does the honourable member agree that if they were to be stripped of financial support, that may have an enormous impact on their mental health, which would cause a further drain on the NHS?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but we know that when people's mental health declines because of the stresses and strains, it also pushes them further away from the labour market, which is not the objective of Pathways to Work or this government. So it will be detrimental to that person, but also to our ambition. And that's why this is hitting budgets and budgets of individuals with such little, when we've got rising energy prices, food prices and housing costs. This is the difference between struggling or surviving. Or all they could expect is poverty to bite harder, stress to spread wider, and hope to fade faster. For many with fluctuating conditions, stress exacerbates symptoms. What a way to live. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member who's making a powerful and compassionate speech. I recently knocked on the door of one of my constituents who suffers from fibromyalgia, and it happened to be the day that she'd received a letter telling her that she was expected now to up her working hours by 6 following an assessment. She was broken by this news, and exactly the kind of mental distress that the member is referring to was evident to me. So does she agree with me that whatever reforms we have, they have to put compassion and care for the individual at the heart of the assessment system, so that those people, particularly with fluctuating conditions, do not experience the kind of distress that I witnessed that day with my constituent?
The honourable member has advocated so powerfully for his constituent, but also all those with fluctuating conditions. You never know with a fluctuating condition, perhaps because of the season of the year, how you will fare. For some people, they may develop more chest infections over the winter, but the rest of the year be well. And yet they will be returning on just £50 of health element, not the 97. Or perhaps I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. Will she recognise how the bill protects people in exactly the situation that she describes? Those who receive the universal credit health premium at the moment will be fully protected once they go into work. They're likely to continue to receive universal credit, and so their protection will carry on. If their income exceeds the universal credit level, then they'll be 6 months further when they're earning at a significant level, in which, if they come out of work after, they'll come straight back onto the position that they are in at the start. So there's very strong protections for exactly the people that she's describing.
I'm grateful for the honourable member, and this is where this gets incredibly technical, because there can't be an assumption that all the people are on low wages. Many of them have worked all of their lives as their condition has developed, and therefore it's at the later stages of their career, perhaps where their salary does exceed those thresholds. And of course, as we all know, with many of those conditions which I have listed and so many more, you could have a period of remission for 8, 9, even more months, and therefore you will not be able to continue with that 6-month support. It means you exceed that, and therefore you will be back, according to our previous discussions, you will be back being seen as a new claimant and therefore dropped to £50, not remaining on the 97. And that's where my amendment will come in to protect those people. And also people with cancer. You could recover, get back to work. Then the news comes, it has returned or metastasised. You lose your job. And then are you back on £97 or £50 each week? Can you eat or can you not eat? As if life was not hard enough, and then you receive that shattering news, my amendment would be a remedy for those people, well, for as many that need this support. But without such guarantee, I worry that with the single assessment as well, to be co-produced by the TIMS review, according to Pathways to Work, that today we do not know either whether the eligibility criteria for qualifying for the UC health element, because of its association with PIP, will be more or less stringent than it is right now. The bill doesn't say, because again, the sequencing in this bill is wrong. The cart before the horse, the vote before the review, and this omnishambles of a bill leaves people with fluctuating conditions not knowing where they stand, and for that, nor where any of us stand by the end of today. It's wrong to leave sick and disabled people with such uncertainty, and for that, my amendment will make life just that little bit more certain. But in reality, unless clauses 2 and 3 go, or this bill is withdrawn, or the UN Human Rights High Commission exposes the truth, sick and disabled people will be further stressed. And as the charities and DDPOs warned last night, there will be tragedy. And that's why I can't support the government today. So here we are again. No agency, no co-production, and no idea how this tragic tale will end. I just ask that it ends tonight on the right side of history, and through my amendment, at least for those with fluctuating conditions.
Betsy Blackman.
Very much, Mr. Chair. We're at a really interesting point in this. I think a year's worth of politics happened last week, and it feels like there's more to come. Mr. Chair, I'd like to do as the Chair of the Select Committee did and begin by thanking all of those, particularly disabled people's organisations, who have worked incredibly hard and who have assisted in winning some concessions. And no matter where we end up, I think they need to be incredibly proud of the amount of work that they have put into this, and also the fact that those disabled people who are already receiving PIP and universal credit have continued to fight on behalf of those future claimants for PIP and universal credit, limited capability for work, even though they had no selfish need to do so. I think that absolutely shows the strength of the community and the amount that disabled people care for each other. It is unfortunate that disabled people need to come together in that group to fight what is supposed to be a Labour government. It should not be the case that the change that was promised by the front benches is a change that, firstly, attacked older people by cutting the winter fuel payment, has refused to take action on child poverty, bringing forward the child poverty strategy, and now is balancing the budget by cutting money from disabled people. This is not the Labour Party that I wrote about in my history hires, and wrote about the rise of the Labour Party and what it was founded on, and the whole point about it being supporting people and the principles on the left. This is not what I imagined a Labour government would look like. I had hopes that that would actually deliver for some people. I hope that it would deliver for disabled people, for those people that the Tories have spent 14 years marginalising, and yet it is choosing to make those cuts. It is choosing to make the easy cuts to disabled people. I don't think those are the easy cuts. I don't think they are the right cuts to make. And I agree entirely with my Green colleague who suggested there are much, much better ways to balance the budget, and actually the fiscal rules are self-imposed anyway. Specifically looking at some of the issues that there are in this bill, I agree with my colleague from Brighton in relation to the Essentials Guarantee and Amendment 39. I would say that making people poorer will not magically improve their health. When it comes to the co-production, when it comes to the new clause 11 on co-production, I fully agree with that new clause and would urge the Minister to take action around co-production. For the Minister, we have in Scotland created the adult disability payment. If you look on the Social Security Scotland website, it says social security is a human right. Any of us at any time may need this support. We centred the decision-making around dignity, fairness and respect. Now, I'm not saying for a second that adult disability payment is perfect. Absolutely, there are issues with every single system, but the way that that was co-produced and the lessons that we learned from those co-productions are things that I would absolutely urge the Minister to look at when he's planning the co-production of the PIP assessments. I'm massively concerned that when we come to the TIMS review, I'm not clear of what basis the TIMS review is being done. What is the point of the review? I understand it's to review the PIP assessment process. I've got that bit, but I don't understand why. What is the government's aim with it? Is the aim to cut billions of pounds off the PIP payment bill? Is that the aim? Is the aim to make the assessment process more humane so that people with chronic conditions don't have to fill in the same form over and over again explaining what it is that they can't do? Is it to reduce the number of mandatory reconsiderations? Is it to make the system better, centering dignity and respect? Or is it to make the system, basically, what is the point of that review? Some clarity from the government on that would be incredibly helpful. I'll give way.
Way. Obviously, I'm sure she's familiar with the terms of reference for the TIMS review, which very clearly set out the purpose is to make sure that the PIP assessment is fair, fit for the future, help support disabled people to achieve better health, higher living standards and greater independence. And I hope that she will agree with me that the Right Honourable Stephen Timms is very well placed as the Minister to lead this review in co-production with disabled people.
The honourable member clarifying that. It would be great if from the dispatch box the Minister could clarify that it's not about saving money, that there's no requirement on him or his review to save money when he goes forward with this. I mean, if the member is able to give that commitment on behalf of the Minister, then that's great. But has the Treasury asked him to give to reduce the bill? I mean, if the terms of reference absolutely say no, we do not want money to be saved, that's grand. But I could not find we do not want money to be saved in the terms of reference. I would like to hear the commitment from the Minister on whether or not he has been asked to save money when he is doing this review. I think that disabled people looking at this, who've already been terrified by the actions of this government, terrified by the Pathways to Work Green Paper, I think that we should hear that from the Minister about whether or not he's going to be trying to save money or whether he's putting dignity, fairness and respect at the heart of the decision-making process and ensuring that co-production happens with that. I've got some questions around the severe conditions criteria. I'm concerned because the bill itself is different from what the DWP have been putting out in press releases. The DWP press releases have been saying that people with fluctuating conditions will be eligible to get the severe conditions. Like, that's what it actually says in DWP press releases that have been quoted, for example, in The Guardian today in relation to it. However, what the bill says is that you have to have the condition constantly. There has to be a constant application of it. I think that the Minister really needs to give very explicit commitments from the dispatch box. Because the UK Government have decided not to have a proper committee stage in committee where we would hash this out, where we would ask these questions, where we would get this level of clarification, people are really scared about it. The Minister will understand that there has been a significant number of amendments put in around this from parties across the House. There have been concerns raised about this because what it says in the bill in Schedule 1 is a descriptor constantly applies to the claimant if that descriptor applies to the claimant at all times, or, as the case may be, on all occasions on which the claimant undertakes or attempts to undertake the activity described by the descriptor. So if one of the descriptors is around being able to get yourself around, if one of the descriptors is around being able to wash yourself, that clause in Schedule 1, or that subsection in Schedule 1, whatever the correct term is, says that it has to apply constantly. Now, if that is not the case, a clear explanation from the Minister about why that's not the case, about what that actual, because the constant thing is not in the previous version that I can find. It's not in the previous version of the legislation about it applying constantly. It seems to me that this is a new thing that has been added.
Last week at the dispatch box, we heard from the Minister saying that descriptors, activities and associated points would all be subject to the TIMS review, which would be co-produced with disabled people.
Yeah.
Was she listening to that statement from the Minister? Does she accept that as fact given at the dispatch box?
Tim's review is about personal independence payment. This is the descriptors in relation to the limited capability for work. There are totally different things. So I don't understand how the Tim's review could possibly cover this, because the Tim's review is about personal independence payment and the assessment process for that. Right. If the descriptors, if it is covered by the Tim's review, why has the government not removed it from the bill? Why is there not a clause in the bill right now removing the severe conditions criteria and removing that specific section?
For giving way. The form of words in the bill, including the word constant, is in fact exactly replicating the way the severe conditions criteria is applied at the moment. The constant refers to the applicability of the descriptor. So if somebody has a fluctuating condition and perhaps on one day they're able comfortably to walk 50 metres, the question to put to that person by the assessor is, can you do so reliably, safely, repeatedly in a reasonable time? If the answer to that question is no, then the descriptor still applies to them. So the question is, does the descriptor apply constantly? And if it does, then the severe conditions criteria are met.
Kirsty Blackman. That is what I was asking for, was that clear information from the dispatch box. I think that will give people a lot of comfort that they have heard that. And as the Minister will be aware, a commitment from the dispatch box will be looked at when it comes to any sort of legal challenge in relation to the descriptors. So if people are not now asked whether they can do it on other days, whether they can't do it reliably or whether they can do it reliably, then I would expect that disabled people's charities would be using that comment that the Minister has made at the dispatch box when they are bringing mandatory considerations or challenges to say that, well, the Minister was utterly clear that I have answered this question correctly in line with what the legislation is, and I would very much encourage them to do so. Because of the way that the legislation is written, I still won't be supporting the severe conditions criteria. I still won't be supporting the cut. I agree with colleagues that have said 750,000 people are looking to lose money as a result of this. This is still, as one of my Labour colleagues has said, this is still £2 billion of cuts that the Labour Party has chosen to make on disabled people. Well, that's what it says in the impact assessment. It is chosen to make this cut to 750,000 people, and it is said, where can we make £2 billion of cuts? I know, let's do it to disabled people. You could have an additional £2 billion of taxes on the very richest people who do not rely on this money for everyday little items that they desperately require.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I completely agree with that contention. This is how we judge a society, how it takes care of the most vulnerable. Yeah. And actually, as you say, it does appear on the face of it, not to discredit anybody at all, but it does appear on the face of it. The people have simply decided to say, this is where we'll go, when in actual fact there are other avenues that can be explored. And people want us to do that before we get into any of this.
I thank the honourable member for what she's saying. She's been a real champion for her constituents in this, and I appreciate that she's absolutely correct. This is not the first place that I would expect any MP to be looking to save money. This is especially not the first place that I would be expecting a supposedly progressive government to be looking to save money. I am deeply disappointed that we have ended up in this situation, and unlike what the honourable member said, I don't think there are victorious faces on the back benches here there. I think people on that side of the House are absolutely heartsick, no matter what side of this debate they are on, because they wish that the government front benches had not put this forward. They wish that they were not in the position that they were having to pick a side on this, because it should never, ever have come down to a Labour government choosing to make cuts on older people, children in poverty and disabled people as their first matter of business.
Order. Order. The wind-up speeches will have to start at 5:30. There are some 37 members standing on both sides of the House. I am not in a position I'm allowed to impose a time limit. Were I doing so, it would be about 4 minutes. It is up to colleagues whether or not they choose to allow their colleagues to speak, or whether they choose to take up more of the time, in which case it is quite clear that not everybody is going to get called. John MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my very best. I just want to address new clause 8, which is in my name. It's a procedural clause. I don't think it's particularly contentious. Before I do, can I just say I'm still getting emails and I'm still being met on the bus and at community events at the moment of people who are extremely distressed about this legislation going through. And I just wanted to put on record for my constituents that, as I've always done, I will not vote for any legislation which cuts the benefits to some of the poorest constituents I represent. I just can't do it. I just want that underlined. Ironically, just to put it in context, some of you may have listened today to an interview on the Today programme with George Osborne. He's the chair of the British Museum now, and he's talking about the Bayeux Tapestry coming to this country. I remember when he introduced the cuts to benefits in this way before with disabled people, and there was another tapestry brought to this house, and it was a tapestry with the names of the people who committed suicide. Can you remember? It was one of the most distressing things I've ever seen in my political life, and I wept that day. And I don't want that to happen again. But I have to say, look, let's be honest, as sure as Night Father's Day, if cuts go through on this scale, people will lose their lives. They will suffer immense harm. So let's all understand that. And that's why I've moved new clause 8 partially, is because I thought that last week in the debate, people say very pompously, oh, the best of the House and all that sort of thing. But actually it was a good day for the House because people on all sides expressed their views. The government responded, not as far as I wanted to, but it was the House holding government to account. It's not often you see that, but it happened. And the reason it happened is because we were dealing with primary legislation that honourable members could amend, debate and amend. And the reason I put this amendment forward is to say if the government's going to do anything, they should do it on the basis of primary legislation, not delegated legislation, which goes on in committee. You don't get the chance to amend, and it's often rushed through on a vote with no debate whatsoever. That isn't the way, when it's so important, that isn't the way we should operate as a House. So, honourable members here, who on all sides of the debate, showed how democracy should work in this chamber last week. And that's why what my amendment says, it says to the government, bring forward primary legislation in draft form so we can all see it. It says no bouncers anymore. Do not do it under delegated legislation because we will not have the chance to amend it, properly discuss it. That's all I'm asking for. And to be frank, it's not contentious. I would expect the government just to accept it. It's the normal process of democracy in this chamber. And I want to be able to go back to my constituents when it comes forward and say, I argued your case, I tried to amend it, I won on some, lost on others. That's democracy. I support the honourable member's motion on new clause 11 as well. Peniston, I think it's an excellent setting out of how co-production could work. I think that's true. The only element I disagree with the honourable member is the issue around where it moves on and we become dependent on the government making a statement that we can reject and they can't move on and then think if we do reject it. And the problem with the statement thing is exactly the same as the delegated legislation. You can't amend a statement. You know, I've been here so long, I know what governments do. They bring forward a statement and they'll include some good stuff in that we can't vote against, but also there'll be some bad stuff that we disagree with. And if you can't amend it at that stage, it's all or nothing. And as a result of that, I think we get bad legislation as a result. But the element in new clause 11 where it sets out who should be consulted, who should be involved, who should elect the chair, I think is absolutely critical. I say this, and I don't want this to sound patronising, but the Honourable Lady's speech last week is not often brings tears to my eyes when I hear a speech in this House, but the justifiable anger that she expressed about what went on under the Tories moved me deeply, and I think it did the whole House, actually. Yeah. I don't want a member standing up in 5 years' time equally angry about what we did in this legislation. I want us to be able to hold the government to account, not in any aggressive way, but in a constructive way, where we can debate, amend, and then hopefully we might even be able to build consensus. And that's what this amendment is all about. That's all I want to say, Chair.
Benford. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise primarily to speak to amendments tabled by my right honourable friend, the member for Faversham and Mid Kent. However, I would like to begin by addressing those amendments brought forward by the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. When we were first presented with the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill in June, then, after being held over a barrel by her backbenchers, the Secretary of State returned to the House with something quite different. Then, at the 11th hour of the second reading just last week, Amendments 4, 5 and 10 were hastily drawn up. Why? To cobble together enough support to get something that resembles welfare reform over the line. Only a Labour government could pledge to reduce the cost of something and end up doing the exact opposite. The people who will pay the price for this additional welfare spending are our constituents, who get up early, work hard and pay their dues. New Clause 12 and the associated amendments are key to fairness in the system, key to protecting the social contract that underpins our society, and most importantly, key to balancing the books to support our economy. Mr. Chairman, there is no way we can continue to have the situation where individuals receive their PIP payments after only attending a virtual session. There is no way we can continue to have a spiralling welfare bill by over-medicalisation of conditions like OCD and anxiety. And finally, Mr. Chairman, there is no way we can continue to hand out benefits willy-nilly to those who have come to the United Kingdom without any means of supporting themselves. These are not fringe views. These are widely supported by the public, by working men and women across the country, who do the right thing and increasingly ask, why are we footing a bill for a system we no longer believe in? The social contract is fraying, and the blame lies not with the public, but with the state, in allowing a system to drift and grow to unsustainable levels. My constituent Nick, I'll give way.
I hope he doesn't mind me intervening on him, but just the point he was making about people that come to this country and take benefits. Was he aware that during the pandemic, for example, that people who had leave to remain weren't able to avail themselves of any social security support, as they don't have recourse to public funds, and they were left destitute, absolutely destitute. So to suggest that that happens, I think, I hope he will withdraw that remark, because it's just not true.
I have a lot of respect for the honourable lady. I'm not going to withdraw the comment I made because there are people in that situation. The social contract is fraying, as I said. When my constituent Nick, who works hard for the money he earns, pays into the system, walks through his town centre, he asks himself, what is the point? Why am I working harder than ever when the system rewards those that often don't? These amendments matter. They are not unfair, they are principled. They ensure the welfare system remains strong for those who truly need it and fair for those who fund it. The hard-working British public expect us to act, and unfortunately, if the government does not support our amendments today, they will be letting them down.
Yeah. Dr. Marie Tidball.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak to New Clause 11 and Gov Amendment 4. The face of this bill is transformed from second reading. I welcome the government's significant changes and hard work. I said that I could not support measures which had remained on the face of the bill last week that would have pushed 150,000 people into poverty. Nor could I accept proposals for a point system which, under previously proposed descriptors, would exclude eligibility for those who cannot put their underwear, prosthetic limbs or shoes on without support. Towards the end of the second reading debate, the government promised to remove Clause 5 on personal independent payments, including the eligibility criteria. I wholeheartedly support Gov 4, the amendment which achieves this today. I am pleased to hear the new impact assessment by the Department for Work and Pensions has found this bill will now lift 50,000 people out of relative poverty by 2030. This matters, both to fulfil the government's obligations under the Equality Act and our commitments to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In 2016, when the UN produced its inquiry report on the UK's treatment of disabled people under the Conservative government, they said the government at that time must ensure that any measures of welfare reform upholds the human rights model of disability and does not disproportionately or adversely affect the rights of disabled people to live independently or access employment. Further,
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I do welcome the amendment. But does my honourable member agree with me that co-production needs to go beyond oversight if we want to build a trust and engagement with disabled people and their organisations? And we need to commit to the principles of co-production as outlined in my speech at second reading last week.
I indeed agree, and I'll be getting to those points shortly. I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. Further, the UN said voices of disabled people must be at the front and centre of this work, and the UK must actively consult and engage with disabled people and their organisations, and to give due consideration to their views in any legislation which is related to these rights. Therefore, Gov 4 is a significant step forward in removing those measures which were not consulted on. It also prevents the risks I highlighted in my speech last week on previously proposed eligibility criteria, particularly on future recipients. I am also pleased that the Minister confirmed last week that legislation on changes to PIP eligibility and descriptors will not happen until the completion of the TIMS review. Which leads me to new Clause 11. I am grateful for this amendment being selected. It's important to have a debate on it as a probing an amendment, and above all, I'll be seeking reassurances from the dispatch box, from the Minister, that the government will get the detail of co-production right. I am grateful that the measures in this amendment were co-produced and supported by Disability Rights UK and the Spinal Injuries Association, as well as through discussions with a broader group of disabled people's organisations and charities. My new Clause 11 sets out key measures to deliver on our excellent manifesto commitment to champion the rights of disabled people and to the principle of working with disabled people to ensure our views and voices are at the heart of all we do. Further, the measures in NC 11 create a strong link between the TIMS review and fulfilling our Equality Act public sector equality duty, along with the UK's commitments to the UNCRPD, including principles in Article 4.3 on the need to closely consult with and actively involve disabled people. Thus, in this context, meaningful co-production with the Disability Inclusion Task Force as part of the TIMS review is essential. While the Minister... I will give way. For giving way, and I would just like to commend her for her excellent speech both today and in the second reading, and all the work I know she's done behind the scenes to get us to the place we are today. And I fully support my honourable friend's amendment NC 11, which would guarantee meaningful engagement with disabled people before any changes are made to PIP. As my honourable friend knows, PIP is also a gateway benefit to carers' allowance, and so will she agree with me that it's essential that carers, as well as disabled people, are included in the Disability Co-Production Task Force? I do agree, and while the Minister will head up this review, the voices of disabled people must be front and centre. The measures in this new clause emphasise the need for disabled people and disabled people's organisations to make up the majority of the task force and to have a significant role in the leadership of the review, and I believe carers could be part of that. Output of this review must also be meaningful and not performative. Therefore, there must be a mechanism to ensure that recommendations co-produced in the task force come back to this House for full scrutiny, debate and parliamentary approval before the legislation to implement the review's outcomes are brought forward. This will ensure democratic accountability for those outcomes, including on how changes to PIP eligibility will impact disabled people. While the new clause suggests this should be after 12 months, ahead of any proposals around PIP coming out next autumn, I am aware that the Minister is keen to ensure this co-production process is not rushed. That is a very good approach. I am grateful too that in his closing statement at second reading, the Minister acknowledged my call for a target to close the disability employment gap, and that this is the kind of approach I know the Government will develop as they bring forward their plans for employment support. The very significant changes in this bill since last week will shift the emphasis to enabling disabled people to fulfil their potential, closing the disability employment gap and anchoring Labour values of fairness into this part of the legislation.
Sarah Sultana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak in support of Amendment 2A, tabled by the bipolar disorder and Parkinson's. Why? Because to qualify, your condition, according to the bill on paper, must affect you constantly. Not severely, not overwhelmingly, but constantly. As Scope put it, it feels like it's been designed to cut support, not to support people. And let's not forget the requirement for an NHS diagnosis in the middle of an NHS backlog crisis. That excludes people with neurodivergent conditions and others relying on private or social care support. This is a deliberate narrowing of the safety net. The result, a two-tier system that punishes people for trying to work, for having variable symptoms, or for falling through the cracks of bureaucracy. I give way.
And I thank the member for giving way, because that's severe conditions criteria, whether it needs an NHS diagnosis, actually excludes young people as well, because their diagnosis and their condition may not automatically transfer from their medical records as a child into the adult record as well, so they'd actually need an NHS diagnosis again to move from the children's DLA into PIP.
Exactly. Those are part of the concerns with that aspect of requiring an NHS diagnosis. Meanwhile, what's the economic justification? Well, there isn't one. As a share of GDP, working age benefits have not risen since 2015. Other countries such as France, New Zealand and Australia invest more in their disabled citizens. And yes, we do have alternatives. A 2% tax on extreme wealth. Just 50 families in this country own more wealth than half the UK population. And 3/4 of the public, according to YouGov, support a 2% tax on those with wealth more than £10 million. Yet this government will not tax the super rich. Instead, they are choosing to take from those with arthritis, cancer and chronic pain. Just can't decide how much suffering to inflict. And while they squeeze the most vulnerable, they found billions for war, billions to raise defence spending, to back endless foreign interventions, money for war, but not the poor. Mr. Chair, the truth is this. Westminster is broken, but the real crisis is deeper. This is a government not out of touch, but also morally bankrupt. It works for billionaires and big business while turning its back on disabled people. It holds its summer receptions at MasterCard headquarters while disabled people are pushed to food banks. It impoverishes the sick and the elderly to satisfy spreadsheets and then dares to speak of tough choices. But the public see through this. 81% of voters believe that disabled people should receive support for basic living costs. That is not a niche opinion, that is mainstream Britain. And disabled organisations from DPAC to Disability Rights UK are united in their opposition to Clause 2, because if this cut passes, the consequences will be felt everywhere, especially in our constituency surgeries. The emails, the letters, the desperation, the suffering, all of it avoidable. Mr. Chair, I voted to protect winter fuel payments. I do it again. I voted to scrap the two-child benefit cap. I would do it again. And I will be voting against these cuts tonight, because this isn't just about benefits, it's about the country we want to be. One that protects the vulnerable or punishes them. I know which side I stand on, and I know that I speak for millions across the country when I say we are not going to take this anymore. The two-party stitch-up is finished, there is an alternative, and we will be offering it. Thank you.
Yeah, Blake.
Sir Roger. And I want to begin by saying how much I respect the sincerity of colleagues who believe this bill will help address some of the difficult challenges our country faces. I know many in this House are motivated by genuine desire to improve lives and ensure our welfare system is fair, sustainable and fit for purpose. But on this occasion, I have to say, with the deepest respect and regret, I think that we have got this wrong. Yes, the Labour government has inherited a broken system on multiple fronts, and yes, we need reform. But we must be clear, reform cannot mean pushing disabled people further into poverty. It cannot mean referring to cuts as modernisation. Poverty has a price tag, and the cost shunting that will be involved in these cuts will be plain to see in years to come and must be taken into consideration. I rise to support Amendment 37 in my honourable friend, the member for Stourbridge's name, which highlights the lack of value for money that the current contracts have when it comes to assessment. With so many reassessments and appeals that are successful, it is clear that we are not getting value for money out of these contracts, and they are an expensive and ineffective model that ministers should look at if they are looking for savings. There are better ways forward, and that is reflected in many of the amendments I've supported. New Clause 8, tabled in my honourable friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, ensures that any changes to PIP must be brought forward in primary legislation. I strongly agree with this, and I think that given we've had such a lack of time to debate and give proper scrutiny to what is before us today, that we should slow things down if the recommendations are brought back to us, so that we can have good quality debate and better regulation and safeguards in place to prevent changes that would worsen eligibility for those who are already struggling or at risk of poverty. News Clause 11, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Penistone and Stocksbridge, calls for any review in PIP to be grounded in the principles of the UN Convention of Rights of the Persons with Disabilities. In a sense, I'm disappointed that such a clause might be needed, but I think it really points to the fact that we need more transparency, independent oversight, and crucially, co-production with disabled people. There can be nothing about us without us, and I really hope the government are listening to that amendment. And Amendment 38, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for York Central, acknowledges fluctuating nature of some medical conditions, which can be unpredictable and debilitating. This amendment would ensure that instead of being left vulnerable, the process is responsive to this and serves its purpose of being a safety blanket to those who need it most. Countless organisations have reached out to me and many others to raise their concerns about this. With conditions like MS, Huntington's, cancer and schizophrenia, people are concerned about how these changes will impact them, and I think they need to be heard in this place. These amendments don't block reform, I think they strengthen it. They ensure the bill is evidence-led and rooted in fairness. I would also like to briefly point to New Clause 12, which seeks to prevent people with indefinite leave to remain, refugees and victims of trafficking from accessing PIP and elements of universal credit. Whilst there is no shock that the opposition will use any debate for an excuse to have a game of migrant bashing, I'm very disappointed to see that this has made its way into a proposal. But what they won't tell you is that most migrants in the UK are already excluded from accessing PIP and universal credit due to no recourse to public funds. This restriction acts as a blanket ban on the access of the social security system for 3.6 million migrants. For those who have spent years living and working in the UK, paying taxes, astronomical visa fees, and have finally secured indefinite leave to remain, do we really think that it is acceptable to deny them access to PIP or other social security based on their nationality rather than their disability? This amendment threatens the fundamental principle of our immigration system, that those granted indefinite leave to remain should have access to many of the same rights as British citizens. There are other better choices that we can make and that we can find money that we are being told that we need to find. We could scrap the outdated marriage tax allowance that's costing us £590 million a year, a gimmick from the Cameron government. We can close unjustifiable tax loopholes like the carried interest loophole used by private equity bosses, which would raise £500 million. We can apply national insurance to investment income, raising over £10 billion. A modest 2% adjustment to the £207 billion handed out in non-structural annual tax reliefs would raise £4 billion each and every year. And let's talk about those reliefs. There are roughly 1,180 tax reliefs in the UK. 815 of them, HMRC has no idea what benefit they bring to the public. And these are about choices, and we hear all the time it's about tough choices. But why aren't we not choosing to properly examine that £200 billion of public spending while we're tightening support for disabled people who are just trying to live? We can and should reform the system. Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and as ever, she makes a very passionate case. Will the Honourable Lady agree with me that, in essence, the principal objection that many of us had against this bill still remains? Because it is still balancing the books on some of the most vulnerable. It will still bring poverty to our streets, and therefore the best option for the government is, and would you join me in my plea, that this bill must be withdrawn?
Hear, hear.
I do agree, and that is my plea to the front bench. There is still time to withdraw this bill and come back with something better. These issues should be tackled head on. It is unjust that because we have built a society that we have, it costs on average £1,000 extra a month to each and every disabled person on average. And none of this is optional spending. It's the unavoidable price of navigating that society that was not designed with disabled people in mind. And there's a whole host of reasons why that spending occurs. And these are not negotiable. These are non-negotiable realities of having a disability. Disabled people know better than anyone the barriers that keep us from work and what would help. So listen to us. Yes, I'm happy to.
A non-negotiable reality is that you must have economic growth if you're going to be able to fulfil your priorities for government, whether that's looking after the poor, the disabled, or any other priority in government. And yet this government has got inflation nearly doubled. The unemployment bill, the jobs tax, other measures have brought the economy to a halt. Can members opposite not understand that if you don't prioritise private enterprise and economic growth, you will never be able to serve those who are most vulnerable and depend on that growth the most?
I thank him for interrupting me there, because I think that there's 2 points here that I suggested that I think would be good to look into growth. The first would be to give the British Investment Bank the same standing as it does to investing in women and minority-led businesses, and ask that they actually support disabled people where they're able to set up their own businesses. I know many ADHDers who would make great entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, sometimes they end up down the path of criminality, and that is something that I think we should be looking at, and how we can make sure that people's innovation is enhanced and used properly. The second would be to look at ways we can make our economy much more inclusive. For example, by giving a national insurance contributions discount for a period of time for taking someone on who may have a disability, maybe in receipt of PIP, who may have been out of work for more than 6 months or so. I'm sure there is some sort of arrangement that would encourage growth, not discourage growth, by having a more inclusive society. I realise I've taken far too much time, Sir Roger, but I just want to end with this. Disabled people know what's best for us. We should be investing in people's independence, not leaving them at the sidelines, not pushing them into poverty. It is a matter of justice, and in the end, it saves money too. But more than that, it gives people dignity and freedom to live well, and that surely should be our purpose here.
Here, well said.
Cadeirydd, I stand to support, amongst others, but New Clause 8, New Clause 11, Amendment 12, 38 and 39, and others as I go through my speech. And I promise to keep within the 4-minute unofficial timeline. A week after the cruel Universal Credit and Personal Independent Payment Bill and its arbitrary eligibility cut-offs was first discussed, we are today being asked to amend and pass this deeply flawed bill in a couple of hours. Of course, it's now a completely different bill than it was the first time it was put forward, and even the title will be changed. I'm not alone in welcoming the removal of Clause 5 of the bill. meaning no person will lose vital personal independence payments, so that this government can save some money. However, unlike other honourable members, I don't believe the UK government's concessions makes this bill now worthy of becoming legislation. When the government has conceded that placing an arbitrary cut-off date for PIP eligibility is unsupportable, why on earth does it continue to do exactly that for claimants of the health element of universal credit? I commend the honourable member for Leeds East for his amendment 2A, which calls to continue the level of universal credit health element at £423.27p for all new claimants, rather than lowering that rate for people unlucky enough to require that support after 2026. Because this measure alone will cause hardships once again. And the Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimates that without further changes, over 700,000 disabled people will still face a cut to their income of up to £3,000 per year by 2030. So, Mr Cadeirydd, we don't know the data that has informed this approach, nor the impacts for the great people in Wales. An assessment of the specific impacts on Wales has been necessary since this UK government first announced their welfare cuts months ago. And now their plans have changed considerably. That impact assessment is all the more crucial. People in Wales need transparency and certainty about how these changes will affect their lives. And Mr Cadeirydd, in which functioning democracy does a government bill get fundamentally altered in the middle of the first debate on that very bill, and elected representatives only given a few hours to scrutinise it before it's passed? We need time to fully scrutinise and effectively scrutinise this bill fully. We need time to co-produce it with the constituents whose lives this affects. This is chaotic and shameful state of affairs, especially considering the substantial impact this bill will have on thousands of disabled people on the lowest incomes. This bill, just coming to the end, if you don't mind, I'm keeping to my 4-minute timeline, if you don't mind. This bill should be scrapped. It's not fair, nor is it compassionate welfare reform. It's not fit for our constituents.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I will speak this afternoon to Amendment 17 in my name and supported by 62 members from across the House, which would ensure that whether a person has a fluctuating condition such as Parkinson's or MS would be considered as a factor in receiving the severe claimant criteria. Mr Chair, I've been working with Parkinson's UK, and as the new chair of the APPG on Parkinson's, I have heard concerns from those living with the condition and their carers and family about the problems they already face accessing support through the welfare system because of some fundamental misunderstandings of the fluctuating nature of the condition. Mr Chair, these concerns have been exacerbated by this bill, and in particular Clause 6 of Schedule 1, which says that in order to meet the severe conditions claimant criteria, at least one of the descriptors constantly applies. Someone with Parkinson's or MS, ME or other conditions may be able to carry out one of the descriptors, such as walking for 50 metres or pressing a button in the morning, but may not be able to do so by the afternoon. By my initial reading of the legislation, that meant someone with Parkinson's could never be a severe conditions criteria claimant because they might not be able to meet the descriptor constantly. And Mr Chair, I would like to thank the Minister and his team for the extensive engagement they have had with me on this matter, but the language used in the bill has caused concern and fear for those with Parkinson's. As the Minister has said very helpfully, and as he explained to me prior to discussion today, much of the explanation I have received centres around the existing guidance that a person must be able to undertake the descriptor repeatedly, reliably and safely, and if they cannot, then the criteria will be applied constantly as they would be considered a severe conditions criteria claimant. I'm more than happy.
Can I thank him very much for all the work that he's done on this, very helpfully highlighting this concern. I think it might just help if I read very briefly to him from what the current training material for people that are applying the severe conditions criteria says. about the point the level of function would always meet LCWRA. It says this: although this criterion refers to a level of function that would always meet LCWRA, this does not in any way exclude people diagnosed with a condition subject to fluctuation or variability. The key issue is that the person's condition is not subject to such variability that their function would ever be significantly improved from the LCWRA category identified. I hope that, together with my earlier intervention, gives some reassurance to our honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and can I very much thank the Minister for his intervention. I think that will provide an extensive amount of reassurance to those with Parkinson's and other conditions as well. I do remain somewhat as a watching brief, shall we say, on this as this progresses, because I'm aware that Parkinson's UK have just today received their own legal advice indicating that the application of this might not be quite as clear as I think the Minister intends. And I would say that my other concern comes around the perhaps overdue burden that this places on the guidance, as well as the perhaps unfair position it puts an assessor in that could lead to an inconsistent application of the guidance.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He'll know, as many in the House will do, that my father-in-law died from Parkinson's 2.5 weeks ago. So this is both a very personal issue for me and my family, but also many of the constituents have written to me in recent weeks about their concerns about the lack of clarity. And I wanted just to add my support to his calls for clarity, and I'm grateful, whilst grateful for the Minister's intervention, we need to make sure we get this right and get this right soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and can I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I know that the thoughts of people in this House across are with him and with his family. I know how challenging a time it's been, and the fact he has been able to carry on his duties, I know extensively, representing his constituents, is to his credit, and something I know his family will be incredibly proud of as well. Mr. Chair, as I say, the Minister has been very generous with his time, and I absolutely do not believe for a moment it is his intention to restrict access to severe conditions criteria for those with Parkinson's, and those words from the dispatch box are indeed incredibly helpful. I would, however, just ask him to continue to make sure he keeps a very close eye on this situation, to make sure that the application... I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
The honourable member knows I co-signed his amendment as well in regards to that, but could I just caution him before he accepts the Minister's very kind guidance? Can I just clarify, it is guidance, it's training documentation that is subject to change. It's not contained anywhere within the bill, it's not contained anywhere within amendments, so it is simply training guidance that he has read to the House.
Mr. Chair, can I thank the member for his intervention. Again, through my very helpful conversations with the Minister, my understanding is this is taking existence guidance and applying it to law. However, I do understand his concern, and actually my final point before I close my remarks is to ask the Minister to keep this under active review, and if there is any new evidence that does come to light that shows that the primary legislation is acting as a barrier to ensuring that the government's actual position is being reflected in reality, that he will consider opportunities to make sure that is corrected in due course. We all would really hope to see that the government's clear intention is that people with Parkinson's and other conditions are in no way... I'm happy to take one final intervention. Thank you.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Chair, to the member for taking a further intervention, and also as a signatory to his amendment. I wonder whether his discussions with the Minister have indicated whether someone who has a condition like relapsing remitting MS, where long periods of time can be spent being perfectly healthy, it would appear, but then there are other periods when a crisis occurs and the person is quite debilitated by their condition, whether the provisions that the Minister describes will be sympathetic to those sorts of situations.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. As she'll know, my amendment does specifically mention MS, and I know her and I have had shared friends who have suffered with that condition, and I think it is one of those conditions where we need to make sure there's clear understanding of the reality of those conditions on the ground when that is being delivered in reality by assessors, that those people absolutely are able to access this additional support that I think we all need. Mr. Chair, I will just finally close by saying we all do know that welfare reform is undoubtedly needed after the mess of a system we were left by the previous government. But wherever possible, we must make sure the wording of our legislation is as clear as possible to make sure that those affected are absolutely in no doubt of what our intent is, that is indisputable, and we are truly giving effect to what the intentions of the legislation are. And can I once again thank the Minister for that incredibly helpful intervention, but we will also be making sure that the reality does reflect the government's excellent intentions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to speak in support of Amendment 36. Over the past weeks, I've met with numerous disability organisations, from Parkinson's UK to Action for ME, and heard directly from those living with complex fluctuating conditions. I've also seen the impact firsthand as myself an employer of people with long-term invisible disabilities. What I've heard, seen and lived is simple. The current proposals risk unacceptable consequences for those who are already among the most vulnerable. The government's redefinition of severe conditions hinges on the word constantly. A single word of dubious clinical value. I do, however, appreciate the clarification we've had to previous members. However, it is very late in the day to be getting this kind of important information. Conditions like ME, CFS, MS, epilepsy and bipolar disorder do not operate on a schedule. They are unpredictable, they fluctuate, and yet this bill could exclude many of these individuals from vital support, simply because their symptoms don't comply with the government definition. Amendment 36 would ensure that our assessment system respects the United Kingdom's obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This affirms the principle of non-retrogression, that we do not roll back on hard-won rights. It insists we take invisible and episodic conditions seriously, and it protects people from falling through the cracks. This bill has had an extraordinary passage through Parliament, and at this point, the most obvious course of action would be simply to pull it all together and start again. I realise the political difficulties this may involve, but there are vulnerable people's lives at stake here. Yeah. When the government does come to look again at some of the deleted clauses via the Timms review, it's essential to approach the issue from a needs-first angle, not a how much can I save angle. So many cuts in the past, government cuts in the past, have ended up actually costing more than they saved. I accept that the government does not have infinite funds, but what we saw with the PIP proposal was an arbitrary change in eligibility, the 4-point rule, with the crude objective of making a predetermined saving. It's all been the wrong way round. We should work to understand needs first and only then consider to what extent the government can afford to meet them. Yeah. We also need a more honest... I will give way, sorry.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way on that point. Does he recognise that the concessions that the government have brought forward and the amendments that are before us today are indeed making sure that we're getting it the right way round? So in the terms of reference, it's very clear that it is about a fair and fit for the future assessment rather than to generate proposals for further savings. It's extremely explicit in the terms of reference. So will he agree with me that the bill before us today does allow us to get the Timms review done and then bring forward proposals after that?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I'm afraid I cannot agree, and I will partly explain why in a moment. We also need a more honest assessment of the overall financial situation which is being used to justify these drastic cuts, because the wrong diagnosis leads to the wrong solutions. The dramatic rise in PIP claimants is at least partly driven by other government policy. Perhaps 1/4 of the rise is due to simply raising the pension age. Large numbers of people who are older and therefore more likely to be disabled have been pushed out of pension support into benefit support. The state pension is paid out of current taxation, not past contributions, so the impact is immediate. From the state point of view, this switch is cost neutral. In fact, since state pensions are usually much higher than PIP payments, perhaps double, then the state has made a significant saving. When you also consider other factors, such as greatly increased NHS waiting lists post-COVID, then it's clear that the rise in PIP demand, while still significant and worrying and worthy of attention, has been overstated.
Will he give way?
I will.
He just mentioned the NHS and the waiting list. Does he share my concern about the severe conditions criteria and the requirement for the diagnosis to be made by an NHS professional in the course of their NHS duties when people may not have access to that? And also the requirement for the condition to be considered lifelong when NHS professionals or health professionals may be unwilling to say that schizophrenia or bipolar disease, for example, are lifelong because they don't want to tie people down to that.
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention, and yes, I very much agree that is an additional concern. The implication has been, both by this government and the previous ones, that much of the rise in claims is down to benefit chasing and people simply exaggerating their conditions. This is an assumption that needs serious interrogation because it looks to be substantially untrue. For all these reasons, and more, the best course of action would be to pull the bill now and make a fresh start. Denying adequate support today will only shift the burden tomorrow to social care, to emergency services, to our already overstretched NHS. We've been warned by the UN not once but 3 times that our welfare system is failing disabled people. Amendment 36 is a chance to show that we are listening. Thank you.
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm concerned about some of the amendments before us today, in particular those that call for delays to legislation. I think we are 1 year into a 5-year term. 20% of this Parliament is gone, and the public need to see progress, not further delay. And I'm mindful that ministers have done a huge amount of heavy lifting already to rebuild trust with disabled people and disability organisations since the election. We should all recall that in July 2024, the Department for Work and Pensions was was under formal investigation by the Equality and Human Rights Commission for unlawful treatment of disabled people. And I think we have made, this government has made considerable progress since then in trying to rebuild trust, including through measures in this bill and linked to this bill, like abolishing the work capability assessment. It is something, I have been here 10 years, some say it might feel longer, but I campaigned as chair of the Disability Benefits Consortium before entering this place to abolish the work capability assessment, and I know that disabled people and their organisations are very much grateful, and I'm thankful for their support for that measure being included in the wider package that the government is bringing forward. I'm also mindful, and it seems to have been lost in some of the debates we've had on this, that in my own constituency, claimants of personal independence payment will rise in this Parliament, and the spending on their support will continue to rise in this Parliament, and that the 12,700 universal credit claimants in my community in Bermondsey and Old Southwark will get an additional payment under this government's plans, the first ever above inflation rise on universal credit. There is much to gain and much that is supported by disabled people and organisations in the package that the government has brought forward. And I particularly welcome the government's commitment to support more disabled people into work. And I think we need to challenge ourselves a little more in this place about some of the language of vulnerability. Vulnerability and being automatically vulnerable because of having a health condition or impairment is not in line with the social model of disability. It's something that many disabled people find patronising and offensive, and we need to update our system, just as we updated our system thanks to previous Labour governments, where we had the first ever blind Secretary of State in David Blunkett, now Lord Blunkett, at the time when the benefit system said blind people were not required to participate in work-related activity. The benefit system is not a static beast. It is an evolving creature that needs to be updated to reflect changes in assistive technology, changes in medication, changes in adaptation and advances in technology. And we must not end up with a system where people are written off, where people are parked in a system because it is too difficult to get them into work. That is not a Labour solution. We are the party of full employment, and full employment must and should include disabled people if we are committed to disability equality and if we are the party of progress. And can I just chip in that this party takes no lectures on what is progressive from nationalists, whether they be Scottish nationalists or the populists in the Reform Party. Because we see the cost to disabled people of parking in under form of benefit system and legacy benefits. The longer you're out of work, the more ill health you experience, including mental health and depression, the more costs you incur for the NHS. There are state benefits, but there are individual benefits for getting the right support. And I speak from rather too much personal family experience. Mum's schizophrenia, dad having a stroke in his 40s and being told by Job Centre, this is what you'll get, now basically sod off. We do not want to see you, we do not expect to provide you anything. He found his own way back into work through going to university as a mature student, well not that mature, to Newcastle University and then graduating in the same year as me. The wider picture of full employment is something we should look at, and I particularly welcome the government's broader aim of reducing the disability employment gap. This was something that was deeply neglected for 14 years, and that transformation of job centres from a benefit administration centre that has been failing, not because of a lack of will of frontline staff, some of whom are absolutely excellent, but simply because of the job they were given to do had changed from being about supporting people into work into simply administering a failing system that, as we were discussing earlier, had the highest fraud levels ever seen in the UK social security system. Most of us, I don't think, do believe that disability equality is measured in the amount of benefits individuals received, but in the shared opportunities and access to life chances that are open to all in our country. And that is something that I'm deeply mindful of, because whilst we had a lost generation under the 14 years of Conservative and Lib Dem coalition government, we had a previous government that was deeply committed to these issues and published a report called Improving the Life Chances of Disabled People 20 years ago today, with an implementation delivery date that was meant to have provided those opportunities and equal access by 2025. And it is those, sadly, the coalition and Conservative years that have set back the clock. This is a report that's still available to all those who want to see it, that talked about pathways to work and dedicated employment programs being necessary, like the New Deal for Disabled People, programs that were largely demolished by the coalition. It talked about the importance of the role of the NHS, GPs, occupational health and rehab. Again, a Labour government now fixing the wider NHS problems to make those aims and objectives deliverable today. A Prime Minister's Strategy Unit report that committed to changing the system so it tested functionality and ability to contribute rather than writing people off. Again, something that this government has had to come back to after a lost decade. And a report 20 years ago that talked about the necessity of a better equipment system and the need to improve access to work, something that ministers are committed to today and are beginning to transform with faster assessment processes and delivering the kit that's needed. And the report talks about the importance of engaging with employers and the positive role that Job Centre Plus could play in engaging employers early in the process. Sadly, we've seen such a long delay in delivering those improved life chances, but this is a Labour government this is a Labour Party backing government back trying to deliver disability equality and improve the life chances of disabled people, and the measures in this bill are integral to that aim. And as I said, I'm concerned about some of the amendments before us. I also have some concerns that it needs to go further around tackling barriers to work for disabled people, the benefit structure, including in a supported accommodation. It's great that we've got the right to try, but more is necessary. And we need to go a bit further with employers, including around reasonable adjustments and making sure employers do not accept resignations based on ill health immediately, but look at the package of support that might be necessary, as well as working with employers to tackle discrimination. And particularly the FSB, who've done work on this before, would be a really useful partner to have going forward. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, could I perhaps remind all members that this is the committee stage and we could have some focus on the amendments that we're debating this afternoon, not wide-ranging third reading speeches, because at this rate there will be very little time for a third reading. Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to speak in support of amendments 2A, 37, 39 and new clauses 8, 10 and 11. Without going into a third reading speech, I think it's important to just highlight that we are debating a bill that will have a profound and in many cases devastating impact on thousands of families across our country. As the Resolution Foundation puts it, this bill represents an income shock for millions of low-income households that should give every member in this chamber pause. What's particularly troubling is that the areas hardest hit are the very communities this government claims to support. Places in the north of England, in Wales, including my own region of Yorkshire. These are proud working class areas being failed by a government tightening the purse strings on the most vulnerable. In Dewsbury and Batley, 7.9% of people claim personal independence payment, and I've had over 150 constituents contact me terrified about what these cuts mean. These aren't just numbers, they're real people with real needs. And the universal credit health element is an absolute essential lifeline for millions of people in our country. One of my constituents, Andrew Waring, ran a business before 2020. Then COVID left him with a long-term organ damage. He could barely walk 10 metres. His PIP payments became a lifeline, cutting support Cutting support like this isn't about trimming fat, it's cutting into people's dignity and survival. Over 20 civil society organisations have urged MPs to reject these cuts. And even with the government's amendments and the change that was introduced in the previous debate last week to defer any cuts to PIP until their TIMS review was concluded, still leaves people concerned and in severe distress. So Clause 2, as it stands in the bill today, would leave, as we've heard, 750,000 people, according to government's impact assessment published last night, up to £3,000 worse off by 2013. 1 in 5 people on universal credit and disability benefits have already used a food bank in the last month, and this will just increase that number. That is why I support Amendment 2A, tabled by my honourable friend, the MP for Leeds East, to maintain the current universal credit health element. This cut would especially hurt people with mental health conditions who are already struggling to access support. Many members across the House have spoken in support of the other amendments that I also support, and I won't repeat the eloquent and informed speeches and points made. So to conclude, Madam Chair, what's been disappointing at the end of my first year in Parliament is to see a process for an absolutely critical bill that will impact millions and millions of people in our country to be rushed through the legislative process in a way that didn't allow the relevant time to understand, to amend and to improve the bill so that it was fit for purpose. And this process, I'm sorry to say, has been a legislative mess. I will give way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to make a general point. He points out that the process feels rushed. But sitting here, I do observe there's not a lot of demand for people to speak on any of the opposition benches. Just now we've got 2 Conservative MPs. 2 Conservative MPs, no SNP MPs, no Reform MPs. Does she share my disappointment?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I'm not able to comment on the people who he refers to as absent. I am here representing my Independence Alliance colleagues who all strongly oppose this bill. The way it is presented here today, it will adversely impact millions of people in our country, the people at the bottom of the food chain, the people who are struggling to feed their children, heat their homes, get to work and get to appointments that are critical for the treatment to manage their conditions. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. And he talks about the difficulties that people with disabilities face. But of course, many millions of them are supported by family members, unpaid carers. And does he agree with me that Although the government has said they will work with disability groups and people who have disabilities, they also need to co-produce whatever comes forward in conjunction with carers organisations too.
I thank my honourable friend for intervention, and I do agree, and I reiterate the point that was made earlier by one of my colleagues, that the TIMS review must include not just disabled people, but disabled people of all ages, and also carers. I said in my speech last week that this change could potentially cut £500 million from carers allowance to people who are caring for disabled relatives. And that's the largest cut to carers allowance since carers allowance was introduced in 1967. So we do urge the government to maintain that holistic view of the changes and the impact that it will have. So to conclude, Madam Chair, the process of this bill, despite the objections from members opposite, has been a legislative mess. Last week, and then the amendments today that basically got the bill and then focused the changes on UC, the last-minute changes, the rush timelines, and a lack of proper scrutiny. Disability is not a choice. Needing help is not a failure. This bill is not just bad policy, it's a betrayal. And I urge every member of this House to reject it. Thank you.
Terry Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I was keen to speak in this debate and share with honourable members my own lived experiences of our current welfare system and explain why I am supporting a number of the amendments. My dad worked hard from the day he left school at 15 right the way through to age 55. He was an engineer. He paid his taxes. He contributed to society. He never sought help from anyone throughout his life, and he was proud of the work ethic that he stood for. But on the 13th of August 2013, out of nowhere, he had a life-altering stroke. Overnight, he lost the complete use of his left leg and his left arm. His hand was almost always in a tight fist, and speech and memory became difficult. Despite having worked for the same engineering company for more than 20 years, his employment contract offered little financial support. Within just a few weeks, he was struggling to make ends meet on statutory sick pay. And as a family, we had never heard of personal independence payments. We had never heard of universal credit. My dad did not want to apply, but financial realities meant we had no choice. We found a welfare system that was difficult to access. It was confusing. It was slow, incredibly slow. And at all times, we found it frustrating and frankly dehumanising. We spent months and months going through the PIP application process, all whilst no financial support was forthcoming, and things were tough, very tough. My parents were supported by the local food bank. They borrowed money. They got into debt. Having lived a difficult 10 years following his stroke, fighting against a system that he had paid into for so long, my dad died. In January 2023, he struggled to get a GP appointment, he developed pneumonia, and he was placed in a medically induced coma. Each time he had a further stroke, which he never recovered from. My dad, like so many others, was let down by the welfare systems supposed to care for him, and let down by the NHS at the end of his life. Given my background, you can perhaps understand why I have found confronting some of the initial proposals in this bill so difficult. I have seen firsthand how debates here and rhetoric from honourable members impacts on my own family, as well as impacting on our constituents, particularly with regard to their mental health. And it is important that we recognise that so often disabled people feel like they are a burden. They feel that others think their disability has been somehow manufactured, that they are benefit cheats. Disabled people are not a burden. It is our privilege to support them. And it has been said of late that the Labour Party is the party of work. Indeed it is. But through that work, through that labour, we have a responsibility, a duty to help others. And it is important that these values are reflected in any proposals. That is why I have supported the amendments tabled by honourable friends, the member for Penistone and Stocksbridge, the member for Walthamstow and the member for Nottingham East, seeking to ensure that those values are enshrined. Because I agree that we absolutely should be doing more to support disabled people into work. There are obvious barriers that exist, particularly in more rural areas like mine, where transport options are limited and suitable work opportunities more difficult to find. Of course, we should be doing that, but not at the expense of changing the rules and making eligibility more difficult. Our public services are broken. Many honourable friends articulate well how bad things are. 14 years of Conservative failure. It should be no surprise that welfare claims are rising. It is the statistical inevitability of the state of our country. For all the hours and hours that I spent advocating on behalf of my dad, at DWP appointments, at medical assessments, at work capability assessments, all that time I would sit there and think, what about the people who do not have someone fighting on their behalf? What hope do they have? Navigating the system was bad enough for our family. What must it be like for others? Now here in this role, we all have a responsibility to be those advocates for the people who do not have a voice. If we want to reduce the welfare bill, and I'm sure we would all want to do this, we do so by fixing our broken systems. Millions of people are on NHS waiting lists. Many people are wanting to work but are not receiving the treatment they need to enable them to do so. This government is making tremendous progress on improving our NHS and healthcare systems. We need to give this time to bring about the change that we seek. The welfare system is slow, it is expensive, it is inefficient, it is riddled with private profit taking advantage. Reform that, tackle that, reduce those costs. Disabled people in this country have suffered disproportionately for years. Austerity and the last Conservative government ruined lives, and people longed for a change narrative under Labour, and they voted for that change last July. If we are to move forward as a country, we move forward together, and that includes disabled people.
Now, I understand that Sir Roger may have already made this point. There are about 23 colleagues still waiting to speak and roughly 88 minutes left. At 4 minutes each, most of you would get in. If you choose to take 8 minutes each, half of you will. So I allow colleagues to make the decision as to whether they wish to help each other. Steph Aquaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's an honour to follow the member for South West Norfolk, my neighbour, and I welcome and value his testimony and his authenticity of purpose and what he's said. I wish to speak today in favour of my new Clause 5, which I'm pleased has been supported by many of my colleagues from both inland and coastal communities. My new clause would require the government to publish within 6 months of this bill passing an assessment of how its provisions impact on coastal communities like mine in North Norfolk. This is a really important amendment because this bill could have a huge and detrimental impact on these communities, and I'm deeply concerned the government has once again failed to consider coastal communities in their policy. I've heard from hundreds of worried constituents, and I'm sure the same is true of my coastal colleagues from across the House. We all know that our areas are too often overlooked, not valued enough by governments. My amendment today would make sure that the government has to take real accountability for how our areas will be particularly harmed by such badly thought out changes. But what is on the face of the bill as it stands, and even under the proposed amendments by the government, would be really damaging to our coastal regions. Some of the highest rates of PIP claimancy are in coastal communities. Some of the highest rates of unemployment are also in coastal communities. Considerably above average rates of sickness, poor health and lower quality of life are found in coastal communities. If the government presses ahead with such blunt changes without supporting more people into work first, then this could be catastrophic for communities all around our coastline. Because for those communities who are eager to get into work, they're faced with a litany of barriers that the government isn't doing enough to solve. We have real issues with public transport access. So for many who are trying to access inland employment, it's either too far or too hard to get to many jobs, or they see their pay packets eaten into disproportionately by bus or train fares. Almost 1 in 5 unemployed people have either not applied for jobs or turned down offers due to problems with transport. This is even more acute amongst young people, both employed and not. They're nearly 3 times more likely than their older working age peers to turn down a job because they simply can't get to it. These struggles also extend to those accessing vocational training, which can be a new route into new trades and qualifications that's simply not accessible for many due to the distances required or the lack of workforce to provide the training. We have many talented people who may currently be in receipt of PIP or UC and would be eager to train for an industry which they feel could allow them to work, but in communities like mine, the opportunities are just too lacking. We know the welfare system isn't working, that's clear. However, the government has got to stop looking at this issue as mere numbers on a balance sheet, because when they do that, when they just look at ways to get to a magic number demanded by the Treasury, they just ignore the people behind the numbers. There is an urgent need to tackle underemployment, in particular the rise in young people with mental ill health being sentenced to a lifetime of worklessness. But ripping out the safety net will do nothing to help young people in coastal communities like mine, who are 3 times as likely to suffer from undiagnosed mental distress than their inland equivalent colleagues in underprivileged areas.
Policy, it's economically reckless, because when you take away essential support, you don't reduce costs, you shift those costs onto the NHS, onto local authorities and onto unpaid carers and onto working class communities. But despite hard-won concessions, this bill remains an assault on disabled people. It's a strategy for inclusion or support. It's calculated effort to slash funding and vital support from those of our constituents who need it the most. And according to the government's own impact assessment, it will mean £2 billion worth of cuts set to impact around 700,000 future universal credit health recipients by an average of £3,000 each year by 2030. This bill will push 50,000 people into poverty and will be disastrous for people already living in poverty. And I wasn't elected as a Labour MP to take money out of the pockets of the poorest and most vulnerable. And I'm proud to support Amendment 2A that would stop this cut, NC4 and Amendment 36 that would uphold rights under the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled Persons, NC8 that would mandate the implementation of the TIMS review and NC10 that will mandate a human rights analysis. These amendments would mitigate the worst elements of this deeply misguided bill, but I stand with every major disability rights organisation and say that this bill must be scrapped altogether. This bill will devastate communities like mine and Liverpool Riverside, one of the most affected constituencies in the country, where already over 13,200 people, that's nearly 14% of our working age population, rely on sickness and disability benefits to live on with dignity. And I have constituents contacting me daily, expressing fear, anger and despair. I hear from carers facing destitution, disabled people terrified about losing their last shred of financial independence. These are people making impossible choices between heating and eating, between rent and medication. Disabled people feel vilified, dismissed and forgotten. Their voices have been ignored at every stage of this process. There has been no proper consultation, no co-production, no scrutiny, no compassion and no respect. And if ministers truly wanted to fund a better social security system, they could introduce a fair wealth tax, clamp down on tax avoidance, levy banks and gaming, or invest in inclusive employment support. This is not reform, it's a sadistically cruel cost-cutting exercise, a betrayal of everything we, as Labour politicians, claim to stand for. And I, for one, will not stand by while this government strips away dignity, security and hope from the people I represent. It's not only me, it's other MPs that believe this. The UN is also calling for the UK to pull this bill because, and I quote, it will deepen regression in disabled people's human rights. I will vote against the bill today because my Liverpool Riverside constituents deserve better. Disabled people across the country deserve better, and the government needs to do better for disabled people. Thank you.
Adam Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak in favour of Amendment 12, 13 and 17, as well as Liberal Democrat new clauses 2, 3, 6 and 7. This bill has been an absolute shambles from the start, with no consultation with disabled people and last-minute chopping and changing. While the Timms review and removal of PIP element of the bill are welcome, the process to get there has left disabled people in Yeovil fearful and left with little confidence in this government. For example, my constituent Noel unfortunately has been unable to work due to a degenerative condition. He receives universal credit and has been left deeply distressed by the process changes, visited my office almost daily for support. He's not alone. So many people in Yeovil have made it clear that these proposals are just unfair. The whole point of this bill, as far as I can tell, was to get people back into meaningful work and lower the welfare bill, which is something I think we all want to see. But at no stage has this bill actually tackled the real issue that will help get people back into meaningful work, addressing the crisis in our NHS and our social care system, and growing clinical health issues. Under the original profile, I had constituents who would have ended up homeless. Now, without a full impact assessment, we do not really know what effects the bill's change will have on our constituents. I'm really concerned that the criteria for the higher rate health element of universal credit will effectively include people with Parkinson's and conditions like MS. So at the very last, I urge colleagues to support Amendment 17 to address this. The original bill was also supposed to save around £5.5 billion, but the Institute for Fiscal Studies predicts that the amendment version of the bill would deliver basically no savings over 4 years. Because over the period, the forecast savings for reducing the universal credit health element for new claimants will be offset or excluded by the cost of increasing the UC a standard allowance. So what is the actual point of this bill? It was not produced with... Yes, I give way.
I thank my neighbour for giving way. He'll know, given his constituency is extremely rural like mine, that the cost of delivering services in rural areas are significantly higher, 4 to 5 times higher than in urban areas. And actually a lot of what PIP does is allow people to live independently. When both he and I are looking at ICBs under extreme financial pressure, we're going to end up paying for this one way or another. We might as well give people the independence to live freely while we do it.
I completely agree with my colleague and my neighbour. We are going to see a huge impact with ICBs having to make a 50% cut. We're already seeing that impact coming in the Oval constituency with the maternity unit, as you've heard me say, having its funding cut and being shut for a 6-month period. It was not produced with disabled people. Lots of its content is being removed. There's no impact assessment, and it's not likely to make any real savings. What this tells me is that the government has to go back to the drawing board. It has to withdraw this bill now, or if it won't, the government should adopt the Lib Dem amendments and new clauses. That would require proper consultation and impact assessments before the bill could come into force. Either way, the government must stop making decisions about disabled people without them. I'd also actually like to thank some of the government and Labour backbenchers for actually having the backbone and voting against your government for supporting disabled people, and I hope you do that again today. Thank you.
Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand to speak to disagree with the opposition amendment, New Clause 12. This amendment would block indefinitely the provisions in this bill. And I want to talk today not only as the MP for Beckenham and Penge, but as from personal experience, as one of the few MPs in this House who has been a recipient of the higher rates of disability living allowance and motability allowance, and as someone who relied on a motability car throughout my teenage years, as to why the provisions in this bill are so welcome and the damage this amendment, this Conservative amendment, would do to it. The first thing I want to say today is that this legislation and the wider debate we are having does not exist in a vacuum. It cannot be separated from the impact of over a decade of savage cuts to our NHS and community care services. Those cuts have led to what one NHS manager describes as medieval levels of untreated illness. In poorer parts of the country in particular, community care has been decimated and A&E attendances have almost doubled since 2010. We are now a country with the lowest life expectancy in Western Europe, one of the highest rates of preventable deaths among rich countries, one of the lowest levels of neighbourhood nurses and GPs per head than in other wealthy nations. The dismantling of preventative care has not only brought our NHS to the brink, but it has done more than anything else to drive the increase in the numbers of people on health-related benefits and the numbers who are disabled that we are discussing today. And that's something I can speak to from personal experience. When I was 13, I had an accident in which I shattered my right hip. It left me unable to walk for 4 years, and I needed nearly 10 major operations on the NHS at the Royal London Hospital and the National Orthopaedic Hospital. And as a sixth former, I became one of the youngest people in the country to have a hip replacement. When I had my first hip replacement in the 2000s under a Labour government, the average waiting time for a hip replacement in Britain was under 9 weeks. With thanks to the staff at the National Orthopaedic Hospital, I was seen even quicker. I then received excellent rehabilitation care with hydrotherapy every other day. But after 14 years of Conservative government, the waiting list for a hip replacement had trebled from 9 weeks to 27 weeks. So from 2 months to over 6 months. And it is not uncommon in Britain today to wait up to 2 years for a hip replacement, and rehabilitation services are non-existent. And this is replicated with other treatments. For example, the Nuffield Trust notes that respiratory medicine services saw an increase in waiting times of nearly 300% under the last government. The ballooning of NHS waiting lists and the lists of people on health-related benefits go hand in hand. So we cannot divorce progress on the issues we are discussing today from progress on the NHS. And we are already seeing great strides forward with record investment from this government in our NHS, which has led to being on track for 92% of patients to wait no longer than 18 weeks from referral to treatment, and investment in rehabilitation services like hydrotherapy, which are absolutely essential. And we must also understand this debate in the context of cuts to other community and preventative services, including programmes like Sure Start. I was very proud to have had the opportunity to work for Tessa Jowell, the woman who created Sure Start under the last Labour government. Tessa understood the importance of a child's first 1,000 days and designed Sure Start as an early intervention programme which had a significant positive impact on the long-term outcomes for hundreds of thousands of families and children in this country. It was savagely cut by the last government in one of the most short-sighted and cruel things it did over 14 years. It has led to increased hospital admissions, and young people, evidence shows that young people who had access to Sure Start were more likely to be in very good or excellent health. And alongside all of this investment and the great progress this government is making on health, we also need to reform of the DWP and the systems around health-related benefits in this country, and that's why opposing New Clause 12 is so important today. So I want to touch on what happens when you've had medical treatment and are looking to get back into the world of work, and the principle of the right to try contained within this bill. This is the part of the bill which essentially says that trying work will not trigger a PIP award review or work capability assessment. The importance of this is borne out in research from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, published in November last year, which said that almost 3/4 of work-related disability benefit claimants they surveyed cited that fear of losing benefits would be a significant or very significant barrier to work. Madam Deputy Speaker, the right to try matters because people with a disability or a significant health condition often will not know what they are capable of doing until they have tried to do it. This can include not knowing what adjustments they may need to support getting back to work. And 8 years ago this year, I had the news that I would need a series of operations on my ankle and knee, followed by a second hip replacement, a revision to the replacement I'd had a decade before. After this, I optimistically thought that I would be able to return to work 5 days a week in the office as soon as I could walk unaided. I wasn't, and it would take several months to be able to do this again. I was fortunate that I'd been with my employer for several years and had 6 months unpaid leave, which allowed me to try and initially fail to get back to work. But for anyone relying on support from DWP today, the reality is too often very different. That's because we have a perverse and inflexible system in this country which has been designed to penalise and issue sanctions rather than incentivise and provide support. A broken welfare system designed by the previous government that is failing people. It traps people by telling them the only way to get help is to declare they'll never work again, and creates a climate of fear that if they try, then they will lose that support. This government is absolutely right to challenge and reform that system, and I'm fully behind them in doing so. Because I know that if implemented well, the right to try will make a really positive difference to getting people back to work and going some way to dismantling the fear that surrounds the DWP for disabled people. It is a positive measure which will empower disabled people rather than patronise or infantilise them. It has been campaigned on for decades. It is long overdue. I am pleased to see it in this bill. And finally, I want to come to the principle of co-production, which I am pleased to see in this bill as well, and which New Clause 12 would block. Co-production brings people together. It leads to policy that is more person-centred and effective, and outcomes that are more equitable and sustainable. It is not only essential in all conversations about disability policy, but I feel is particularly important when legislation passes through a democratic chamber like this one, which so starkly underrepresents the voices and lived experiences of disabled people. Whilst disabled people make up 20% of the population, they are represented in this chamber by around 2% of MPs. I think everyone in this chamber received an A1 printout from, I think it was election maps after the election. I have it in my office. And in the top right-hand corner of that poster, it lists the diversity of this parliament. And it's never lost on me that it has a breakdown of women, ethnic minorities, LGBT MPs, and nowhere on there are disabled MPs included. Disabled people are a marginalised minority, so often overlooked in every corner of public life. And as we look to reform our welfare system, and as we look to reform the institutions across our society more broadly, I hope we will stick true to this principle, so services and policies are designed and implemented in a way that empowers and meets the real needs of disabled people. Thank you.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At committee stage, we often table amendments to try and understand the nature of legislation. In this concertinaed process, therefore, there are many questions that are being put forward. The first is whether we should make policy by phone-in rather than actually on evidence basis. That's the only reason I can see the justification for new clause 12 that's come forward from the opposition, who appear not to understand that no recourse to public funds guides the lives of many migrants in our community, but also that fundamentally un-British perspective that somebody might have come here, worked for many years in our National Health Service, and then had a stroke or might develop MS. Under their proposals, we would deny that person support into which they've paid for taxpayers. It is a dog whistle so loud, I fear that the dogs in Battersea right now are having a terrible time. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should not make policy by phone-in, we should make policy by evidence, and I pay tribute to the incredible words from my colleague from South West Norfolk and my colleague from Penge, bringing their own experiences to that. That is why I have tabled new clause 4, and I would like to speak briefly to new clause 4 and also some of the other clauses accordingly. They come from my experience of what makes good policy making in this place, but also that concern that actually we need to protect our constituents from the vagaries of public policy. I think particularly of my constituent who is 62, she's physically disabled with a mobility condition called ankylosing spondylitis, and I will tell Hansard how to spell that. She works full-time but lives alone in a rented flat that's been adapted for her. Removing, messing around, playing with her benefits, as it would do for millions of people around this country, will not save us money. It will simply cost more as she struggles to be able to get to work using the welfare support that she gets under the current system to be able to look after herself and get to work, and meaning that we will face a higher cost in the long run. And I wish members in this House will learn the evidence of the bedroom tax, because the bedroom tax was brought under the same metric that the member from Holderness is no longer here for, that somehow people who were supported by our welfare system were probably making it up. The bedroom tax, this is not a moral argument, did not save the money it was meant to save, because it just pushed costs into other parts of the public sector. That is why, for me, new clause 4 and this principle about the UN Convention on the Rights of the Disabled People is so important to write into and weave into how we approach this legislation, because it should be guided by principle, not prejudice. And in particular, that principle about how we respect our fellow human beings and our constituents who have a disability. New clause 4 covers both this question of co-production. I'm sorry the member for Penistone is not here. I want to come back to that because I think there is a very important principle about co-production that we haven't bottomed out and I want to hear from the Minister about. But it's also about a very simple premise that when we signed up to this UN Convention, I would have hoped people across the House would support, which is about an adequate standard of living, identified in Article 28 of it, and crucially an independent living process for our disabled constituents, set out in Article 19. That is why in 2017, 2024 and indeed in 2025, when the UN has criticised the previous government, we rightly held them to account to it. Because what, if not, an independent, equal standard of living do we wish for our disabled constituents? What, if not, a basic human right to be treated equally, to recognise that the world that we live in does not work for them, and to account for that through our welfare system so that they can live freely and, yes, play a part in the world of work, but also live with dignity? It's about very practical things, the freedom that comes from having a carer who helps you get dressed so that you can go to work that is supported by our welfare system, the travel costs, because especially if you live in my constituency where Transport for London seems to be hell-bent to be breaking down all of our stations so they're not accessible, means that you can go out to see family and friends. The food that you might need because you have a condition like phenylketonuria, a metabolic condition that means you need a low-protein diet. These are not equal experiences, but by using our welfare state to support those people, we can have the human rights that we wish. New Clause 4 is about giving due regard to those principles that are set out in the United Nations Charter, so that when we calculate benefits, we do so in a way that is sufficient to ensure that people can live a life of freedom equally alongside us as our fellow human beings, that the payments that we make meet those tests, so that, frankly, disabled people in our communities can meet their living expenses. A question that for many of us, hard-working people who find their lives struggling at the moment, can recognise well. It is about levelling the playing field. It is not, as the member for Holderness thought about, making fools of us all. It's absolutely about levelling the playing field. And those are principles I would hope that the government would commit to weaving throughout this legislation, and why new clause 4 matters, because it goes beyond co-production, which I know the Minister has recognised, and it goes on to that basic principle of how we treat people, and that would include the universal credit health element of this legislation. That if we restrict a benefit, that calls us to ask why at this point in time we would consider somebody would need X amount, but in future we would consider they need Y amount, how that lives up to that standard of living. And I want particularly to touch on this issue of co-production, because a lot of people have talked about it, but honestly I don't necessarily people understand what we mean. It's not consultation. Consultation is not co-production. Co-production means that whoever is included can say no as well as yes. And if you do not have a power of veto, what you've got is a better managed consultation. Co-production genuinely empowers every participant to shape things because they can walk out of the room as well as being part of it. Now, I know the Minister has talked about seeking consensus, but it's not an equal relationship at the moment if disabled people are not given clear power to veto what is put on the table, and so the government has to work with them to not use their veto. That is the principle of co-production. That is why it is not consultation, and that is what we should be seeking in this legislation. That is also why I have much sympathy. I'm sorry my colleague from Hayes and Holland is not here for new clause 8, because I was here in 2015 when George Osborne used statutory instruments to slash the tax credits that our constituents relied on, so 3 million people were pushed further into poverty. I was also here as MPs on all sides of the House expressed frustration that that was the process that was being used, and we had to watch the House of Lords clear up our mess and stand up to the Chancellor for using delegated legislation to take £1,300 away from our constituents. So I hope the Minister will understand that it's not about this individual bill, it's not even about his individual good intentions, and I know he's engaged with all of us. It's about the principle that if we are going to change the law, we should be able to amend and adjust the law and scrutinise it on behalf of our constituents. My colleague from Sheffield Hallam set out many alternative ways that we could switch spending to invest to save money in the long run. There are many different ways that we can support our economy to grow. It does not have to be off the back of our disabled constituents. There is also an important principle here that I know many on these benches believe, which is socialism is the language of priorities. Our priority must be to empower and enable every single one of our constituents to achieve their potential. Yes, that is through a growing economy. Yes, it is also through a welfare state. And I hope the Minister will see the amendments that have been proposed, asking those questions about how to get it right. He will answer and address those questions, because for many of us, those unanswered questions and the answers that we cannot bring back to our constituents are troubling, because they tell us we may not achieve those things. Having lived through George Osborne, having lived through the bedroom tax, none of us ever want to go back to that again. We want to be able to say to our constituents who might represent the member of South West Norfolk's father that yes, absolutely, we can be proud as we are of him as of the system that we are building today.
Alison Hugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of amendments New Clause 11 and Amendment 38. I'm incredibly relieved that the Government has listened, and most importantly listened to the people who will be affected by changes to PIP and taken Clause 5 out of the bill. The frames of reference for the Timms review have already been set without involving disabled people, but that said, there is a chance with New Clause 11 to ensure it moves forward in a truly co-produced way. What worries me is that without the proposals in New Clause 11, the bill as it stands highlights the need for co-production, but provides no assurances that this will be comprehensively done. Disabled people must feel that any changes to the welfare system are made properly with them rather than done to them. I've walked in the shoes of families in my constituency, bringing up a child with special educational needs and disabilities. For decades, my son and I have been caught up in the endless cycle of assessments, mandatory reconsiderations and tribunals. This is a situation familiar to many who have turned to the DWP for help to manage life with a disability or disabilities. Madam Chair, this is the reason so many disabled people are terrified of the Government's proposed changes. because the DWP is too frequently at war with the people it's supposed to protect. Too frequently, it lets down the most vulnerable in our community and mostly gets away with it. Recently, the incredible Joy Dove won an 8-year legal fight to link her daughter Jodie Whiting's suicide to the stopping of her benefits, which the DWP admitted was the mistake. Jodie's avoidable death is not the only one. DWP decisions often seem to be completely arbitrary. Once, when I was literally waiting to go into a tribunal, I received a call from the DWP offering to reinstate my son's benefits if I dropped the tribunal. This experience cemented in my mind something that I believe to this day, that the culture of the DWP is hostile to disabled people. Madam Chair, the culture must change if we are to have any chance of building a sustainable, fair and compassionate welfare system for the future. A constituent of mine in Scarborough and Whitby suffers from a variety of complex physical and mental health conditions, including PTSD, ADHD, anxiety disorder, polycystic kidney disease and liver disease. In May, after reporting a deterioration in his health, he submitted new evidence to support reassessment for a higher rate of PIP, which led to the DWP removing his award entirely. He was left with no income or support despite his ongoing need for care. This is the reality. Many disabled people